Welcome to CraftLit, the podcast for crafters who love books. My name is Heather Ordover, and I'm podcasting from where the Delaware River meets the Old York Road, New Hope, Pennsylvania. Episode 550. Yes, Oreos. This episode of CraftLit is brought to you by you. Thank you. Well, hello. How are you? I am well. I have eaten Oreos. Yes, I have, for the first time in 10 years. Is that right? I think that's right. I think it's more like 13 years, maybe. It's been a while. Here's the thing. Oreos finally made a gluten-free version. Here's the other thing. No one in the family can tell the difference. I mean, admittedly, there are two of us in the family who haven't had Oreos in a decade, but the two who could have had them more recently, I wouldn't know. They can't tell the difference either. So thank you to the larger Oreo family for creating something that good for us in 2021. It's a glimmer of hope, people. This is what it is. I have no words to describe how wonderful it was to have one after so long. It's ridiculous that is like the high point of the week. I mean, until, I get on a Zoom call at 5 a.m. or 7 p.m, depending on the day of the week. But it was really good. Let's see what other thrilling things are happening. Taking a load of stuff to the thrift store tomorrow. Very exciting. Always good to get rid of things. And honestly, I think that might sum up all the excitement for the week. Oh, no, that's not true. I did have to get my car repaired. More was wrong with it than we thought. It was making very strange noises, and both Aaron and I heard the noise independent of each other. And so I thought, oh, well, that probably is something then. And took it to one place. They had a theory. It sounded odd to me. Took it to the dealership because I thought they'll know more likely what it actually is. Bearings. Evidently, bearings don't like me. This is the third time I've had bearings seize up on me since coming to Pennsylvania. Well, maybe it's Pennsylvania. That's the problem, actually. Pennsylvania. And also tie irons. And then there was a bushing issue. I'll tell you what, though. After spending $1,600 fixing the car, the suspension does feel noticeably more solid. So that's good. It was more expensive than I thought. Actually, here's the sad thing. I figured that the dealership would be more expensive. They were maybe $100 more expensive than the other place, which I thought was going to be less expensive, and that I'd just have to suck it up and, put my big girl pants on and say, well, I can deal with it. And then it turns out to be the same. Oh, well, at least the car is not going to seize up and stop running. So that's good. Looking on the positive side, right? Also on the positive side are our chapters for Northanger Abbey today. Now, if you recall where we left off last week, Catherine was getting ready and then reading a book, but getting ready to go to the pump room for some dancing with Isabella, with her brother, Catherine's brother, and with Isabella's brother, James. James the Putz. He is just going to continue to be a piece of work for a while. Today, he really shows his colors, however, in some subtle and some not so subtle ways. So there's definitely some character building for us to pay attention to on that front. Actually, there's some character building for us to pay attention to on a couple other fronts as well. Now, if you are a sweet young thing like Catherine, and you are getting ready to go to a dance with your friend, the young man who appears to be hot for her, and another guy, you would be going in a situation where you are considered previously engaged. Now, while that doesn't mean that you cannot dance with someone else, it does seem to indicate that you shouldn't first dance with someone else. And dances went in what were called sets. You will hear them referring to sets. Sets were 2 dances in a row. And generally, if you were going to dance with a guy, you would dance with him for a complete set for 2 dances. And they were rather longish dances. Sometimes they were, as we see in a lot of these movies, kind of like line dances. So there wasn't necessarily a whole boatload of touching in any kind of meaningful way. It worked well for getting people exercise, having some fun, getting to listen to some music, moving around, looking really good in your dresses, and not getting yourself into a situation where you're going to be either embarrassed or pressured. So, good on all fronts, as long as the guy who you are there with isn't a complete putz. So, we're going to see the repercussions of that in a moment. At the beginning of our 2 chapters today, chapters 8 and chapter 9, you will hear more of our narrator's commentary on all of the different ways that Catherine is failing to be a heroine. And they are all ways that we, I think, collectively probably can cheer for. Things like not fainting every 15 seconds. And evidently there is a story that Jane Austen wrote where the heroine and her best friend were constantly fainting, so much so that they were continuously fainting, like tag team fainting. One after the one would wake up, the other one would faint. Then that one would wake up, and then the other one would faint, all through the climax of the story. Because Jane Austen apparently, wisely, felt that that was a bit silly, all the faintingness that was going on in novels. And it seemed as though part of the other implication was that wasn't what women were really like. But that's definitely what women in these kinds of novels were like. So Catherine is just not measuring up to being the proper kind of heroine for the kind of book that she would have wanted to be in, which I love. You will hear Mrs. Allen refer to a friend of the family as Dr. Skinner. He is not a medical doctor. He is a doctor of divinity. At this time, a medical doctor would not have been referred to by the term doctor as an honorific. He would have just been Mr. So-and-so. Remember that at this time, being a doctor wasn't anywhere near the kind of prestigious position that a doctor would hold nowadays, and therefore most likely wouldn't have been a gentleman in a classist way. So there's kind of a societal break there, that while you could be someone coming from a family with money and land, if you were the second or third son, you may very well wind up being a doctor of divinity, so raised in gentility and working for the church. So that's where that doctor thing comes from. Quizzing, quizzes, and quizzers. So quiz was, as we spoke of a couple times before, it pops up here again, was in general making fun of something or having a go at something or someone. Quizzers would most likely have been people who you are making fun of or who are behaving in a way that just makes them silly and worthy of being laughed at. Generally not such a nice thing, as it were, but there appears to have been a discrepancy between some of Jane Austen's drafts of the book and editorial changes that happened. And of course, this book came out posthumously, so there was no way to know for certain what she meant. But there's one point in here where if the grammar strikes you as odd or you're not really sure why it was phrased like that, it may actually be a mistake. But the upshot is wanting to go off and see some quizzes who one has been able to be entertained by for an earlier part of the evening. Whichever version of quiz winds up being used, it is being applied to people who are ridiculous. The word habitude, Habitude, familiarity. So if you're in the habit of seeing something, it is familiar to you. The word habitude could apply to that situation. As before, cursing of any kind really doesn't show up in Jane Austen. We had the D underline, probably for the phrase be damned in last week's chapters. Yes, I think they were last week's chapters. That was a one-time only event in a Jane Austen novel. You will hear the use of the word devil as not so much a swear word, but just as a throwaway. Nice people don't do that in Austenian novels. So that is part of the character building that we see today. We will also see more instances of James misspeaking, and instead of acknowledging and correcting what he had said, he just gaslights and changes what he said so that whatever was wrong that came out of his mouth before, it, as far as he seems to be implying, never came out of his mouth that way at all. He always said it the correct way. What's wrong with you? There's that lovely part of his personality. Then there are several things that he says about Mr. Allen, and we'll talk about those on the flip side. Just know in listening that what he says and the way he says it is all incorrect and is all there to indicate how appallingly coarse a person he is at heart. We have another word that is a first in the OED. Thank you, Jane Austen. And it is tituppy, Tittuppy, something that is likely to tip over or to tip up. This is being used in reference to a carriage looking a little rickety and likely to fall over. The way Jane Austen creates the dialogue for James reminds me, oddly, of those characters on Saturday Night Live from, about 20 years ago. The ones who were, hey, it's the Dadinator and Mominator. Hey, you know how they kept making up words by adding inator to them? Or like Doofenshmirtz on Phineas and Ferb, for those of you with children of a certain age. James reminds me of that person. And tituppy is also one of those words to me. And she's just having fun with him. Will we have fun with him is the question, or will we want to throw him through a wall? By the end of today, I think we probably want to throw him through the wall. Last thing before we listen to our chapters is this. Someone with a fortune of £20,000, that would come out to roughly about $2 million. A little more than $2 million in today's money-ish. You know, it's more art than science in figuring out exactly how money would work going back and forth between now and then, but give it a cool 2 mil. Let's do that. And sorry, not dollars, pounds. So 20,000 pounds, nowadays 2 million pounds. Woof. That's a lot of clamshells. Oh, hey, one last thing. Maya Daguerre. Maya Daguerre has a donation button. You have listened to her through many, many chapters from not just Northanger Abbey. And if you want to send her some appreciation for all of the work she's done for all of us and for just having a really gorgeous voice, please do stop by the show notes, craftlit.com/550, or you can get the show notes also at craftlit.libsyn.com. That's craftlit, CRAFTLIT, .libsyn, LIBSYN.com. Thank you so much for supporting the people who support us. All right, let's listen, shall we, to chapters 8 and 9 of Northanger Abbey by Jane Austen, read for us by the fabulous Maya Daguerre. Here we go.
Chapter 8. In spite of Udolpho and the dressmaker, however, the party from Pulteney Street reached the upper rooms in very good time. The Thorpes and James Morland were there only 2 minutes before them, and Isabella, having gone through the usual ceremonial of meeting her friend with the most smiling and affectionate haste, of admiring the set of her gown and envying the curl of her hair, they followed their chaperons arm in arm into the ballroom, whispering to each other whenever a thought occurred, and supplying the place of many ideas by a squeeze of the hand or a smile of affection. The dancing began within a few minutes after they were seated, and James, who had been engaged quite as long as his sister, was very importunate with Isabella to stand up. But John was gone into the card-room to speak to a friend, and nothing, she declared, should induce her to join the set before her dear Catherine could join it too. "I assure you," she said, "I would not stand up without your dear sister for all the world, for if I did, we should certainly be separated the whole evening." Catherine accepted this kindness with gratitude, and they continued as they were for 3 minutes longer, when Isabella, who had been talking to James on the other side of her, turned again to his sister and whispered, "My dear creature, I am afraid I must leave you. Your brother is so amazingly impatient to begin. I know you will not mind my going away, and I dare say John will be back in a moment, and then you may easily find me out." Catherine, though a little disappointed, had too much good nature to make any opposition, and the others rising up, Isabella had only time to press her friend's hand and say, "Good-bye, my dear love," before they hurried away. The younger Miss Thorpe being also dancing, Catherine was left to the mercy of Mrs. Thorpe and Mrs. Allen, between whom she now remained. She could not help being vexed at the non-appearance of Mr. Thorpe, for she not only longed to be dancing, but was likewise aware that as the real dignity of her situation could not be known, she was sharing, with the scores of other young ladies still sitting down, all the discredit of wanting a partner. To be disgraced in the eye of the world, to wear the appearance of infamy while her heart is all purity, her actions all innocence, and the misconduct of another the true source of her debasement, is one of those circumstances which peculiarly belongs to the heroine's life, and her fortitude under it what particularly dignifies her character. Catherine had fortitude too. She had suffered, but no murmur passed her lips. From this state of humiliation which she was roused at the end of 10 minutes to a pleasanter feeling by seeing, not Mr. Thorpe, but Mr. Tilney, within 3 yards of the place where they sat. He seemed to be moving that way, but did not see her, and therefore the smile and the blush which his sudden reappearance raised in Catherine passed away without sullying her heroic importance. He looked as handsome and lively as ever, and was talking with interest to a fashionable and pleasing-looking young woman who leant on his arm, and who Catherine immediately guessed to be his sister, thus unthinkingly throwing away a fair opportunity of considering him lost to her forever by being married already. But, guided only by what was simple and probable, it had never entered into her head that Mr. Tilney could be married. He had not behaved, he had not talked like the married men who she had been used, and he had never mentioned a wife, and he had acknowledged a sister. From these circumstances sprang the instant conclusion of his sister's now being by his side, and therefore, instead of turning of a death-like paleness and falling in a fit on Mrs. Allen's bosom, Catherine sat erect in the perfect use of her senses, and with cheeks only a little redder than usual. Mr. Tilney and his companion, who continued though slowly to approach, were immediately preceded by a lady, an acquaintance of Mrs. Thorpe's, and this lady, stopping to speak to her, they, as belonging to her, stopped likewise, and Catherine, catching Mr. Tilney's eye, instantly received from him the smiling tribute of recognition. She returned it with pleasure, and then, advancing still nearer, he spoke both to her and Mrs. Allen, by whom he was civilly acknowledged. "I am very happy to see you again, sir. Indeed, I was afraid you had left Bath." He thanked her for her fears, and said that he had quitted it for a week on the very morning after his having had the pleasure of seeing her. "Well, sir, I dare say you are not sorry to be back again, for it is just the place for young people, and indeed for everybody else too. I tell Mr. Allen, when he talks of being sick of it, that I'm sure he should not complain, for it is so very agreeable a place, that it is much better to be here than at home at this dull time of year. I tell him he is quite in luck to be sent here for his health. And I hope, madam, that Mr. Allen be obliged to like the place from finding it of service to him." "Thank you, sir, I have no doubt he will. A neighbour of ours, Dr. Skinner, was here for his health last winter, and came away quite stout." "That circumstance must give great encouragement." "Yes, sir, Dr. Skinner and his family were here 3 months, so I tell Mr. Allen he must not be in a hurry to get away." Here they were interrupted by a request from Mrs. Thorpe to Mrs. Allen that she would move a little to accommodate Mrs. Hughes and Miss Tilney with seats, as they had agreed to join their party. This was accordingly done, Mr. Tilney still continuing standing before them, and after a few minutes' consideration he asked Catherine to dance with him. This compliment, delightful as it was, produced severe mortification to the lady, and in giving her denial she expressed her sorrow on the occasion so very much as she really felt it, that had Thorpe, who joined her just afterwards, been half a minute earlier, he might have thought her sufferings rather too acute. The very easy manner in which he then told her that he had kept her waiting did not by any means reconcile her more to her lot, nor did the particulars which he entered into while they were standing up, of the horse and the dogs of his friend who he had just left, and of a proposed exchange of terriers between them, interest her so much as to prevent her looking very often towards that part of the room where she had left Mr. Tilney. Of her dear Isabella, to whom she particularly longed to point out that gentleman, she could see nothing. They were in different sets. She was separated from all her party and away from all her acquaintance. One mortification succeeded another, and from the whole she deduced this useful lesson, that to go, previously engaged, to a ball does not necessarily increase either dignity or enjoyment of a young lady. From such a moralizing strain as this, she was suddenly roused by a touch on the shoulder, and turning round, perceived Mrs. Hughes directly behind her, attended by Miss Tilney and a gentleman. "I beg your pardon, Miss Morland," said she, "for this liberty, but I cannot anyhow get to Miss Thorpe, and Mrs. Thorpe said she was sure you would not have the least objection to letting this young lady by you." Mrs. Hughes could not have applied to any creature in the room more happy to oblige her than Catherine. The young ladies were introduced to each other, Miss Tilney expressing a proper sense of such goodness, Miss Morland, with the real delicacy of a generous mind, making light of the obligation, and Mrs. Hughes, satisfied with having so respectably settled her young charge, returning to her party. Miss Tilney had a good figure, a pretty face, and a very agreeable countenance, and her air, though it had not all the decided pretensions, the resolute stillness of Miss Thorpe's, had more real elegance. Her manners showed good sense and good breeding. They were neither shy nor affectedly open, and she seemed capable of being young, attractive, and at a ball, without wanting to fix the attention of every man near her, and without exaggerated feelings of ecstatic delight or inconceivable vexation on every little trifling occurrence. Catherine, interested at once by her appearance and her relationship to Mr. Tilney, was desirous of being acquainted with her, and readily talked, therefore, whenever she could think of anything to say, and had courage and leisure for saying it. But the hindrance thrown in the way of a very speedy intimacy by the frequent want of one or more of these requisites prevented their doing more than going through the first rudiments of an acquaintance, by informing themselves how well the other liked Bath, and how much she admired its buildings and surrounding country, whether she drew or played or sang, and whether she was fond of riding on horseback. The 2 dances were scarcely concluded before Catherine found her arm gently seized by her faithful Isabella, who in great spirits exclaimed, "At last I have got you, my dearest creature. I've been looking for you this hour. What could induce you to come into this set when you knew I was in the other? I've been quite wretched without you." "My dear Isabella, how was it possible for me to get to you? I could not even see where you were." "So I told your brother all the time, but he would not believe me. 'Do go and seek for her, Mr. Morland,' said I, but all in vain. He would not stir an inch. Was it not so, Mr. Morland? But you men are all so immoderately lazy. I've been scolding him to such a degree, my dear Catherine, you would be quite amazed. You know I would never stand on ceremony with such people. Look at that young lady with the white beads all round her head," whispered Catherine, detaching her friend from James. "It is Miss Tilney's sister." "Oh, heavens, you don't say! Let me look at her this moment. What a delightful girl! I never saw anything half so beautiful. But where is her all-conquering brother? Is he in the room? Point him out to me this instant, if he is. I die to see him. Mr. Morland, you are not to listen. We are not talking about you." "But what is all this whispering about? What is going on?" "There now, I knew how it would be. You men have such restless curiosity. Talk of the curiosity of women. Indeed, 'tis nothing. But be satisfied, for you are not to know anything at all of this matter." "And that is likely to satisfy me, do you think?" "Well, I declare I never knew anything like you. What can it signify to you what we are talking of? Perhaps we are talking about you. Therefore I would advise you not to listen, or you may happen to hear something not very agreeable." In this commonplace chatter, which lasted some time, the original subject seemed entirely forgotten, and though Catherine was very well pleased to have it dropped for a while, She could not avoid a little suspicion of the total suspension of all Isabella's impatient desire to see Mr. Tilney. When the orchestra struck up a fresh dance, James would have led his fair partner away, but she resisted. "I tell you, Mr. Morland," she cried, "I would not do such a thing for all the world. How can you be so teasing? Only conceive, my dear Catherine, that your brother wants me to do. He wants me to dance with him again, though I tell him that it's the most improper thing and entirely against the rules. It would make us the talk of the place if we were not to change partners." "Upon my honour," said James, "in these public assemblies it's as often done as not." "Nonsense! How can you say so? But when you men have a point to carry, you never stick at anything. My sweet Catherine, do support me. Persuade your brother how impossible it is. Tell him that it would quite shock you to see me do such a thing, now would it not?" "No, not at all. But if you think it wrong, you should much better change." "There!" cried Isabella. "You hear what your sister says, and yet you will not mind her. Well, remember that it is not my fault if we see the old ladies in Bath in a bustle. Come along, my dearest Catherine, for heaven's sake, and stand by me." And off they went to regain their former place. John Thorpe, in the meanwhile, had walked away, and Catherine, ever willing to give Mr. Tilney an opportunity of repeating the agreeable request which had already flattered her once, made her way to Mrs. Allen and Mrs. Thorpe as fast as she could, in the hope of finding him still with them, a hope which, when it proved to be fruitless, she felt to have been highly unreasonable. "Well, my dear," said Mrs. Thorpe, impatient for praise of her son, "I hope you have had an agreeable partner." "Very agreeable, madam." "I'm glad of it. John has charming spirits, has he not?" "Did you meet Mr. Tilney, my dear?" said Mrs. Allen. "No, where is he?" "He was with us just now, and he said he was so tired of lounging about that he was resolved to go and dance, so I thought perhaps he would ask you if he met with you." "Where can he be?" said Catherine, looking around, but she had not looked round long before she saw him leading a young lady to the dance. "Oh, he has got a partner. I wish he had asked you," said Mrs. Allen, and after a short silence she added, "He is a very agreeable young man." "Indeed he is, Mrs. Allen," said Mrs. Thorpe, smiling complacently. "I must say it, though I am his mother, that there is not a more agreeable young man in the world." This inapplicable answer might have been too much for the comprehension of many, but it did not puzzle Mrs. Allen, for after only a moment's consideration, she said in a whisper to Catherine, "I dare say she thought I was speaking of her son." Catherine was disappointed and vexed. She seemed to have missed by so little the very object she had in view, and this persuasion did not incline her to a very gracious reply, when Mr. Thorpe came up to her soon afterwards and said, "Well, Miss Morland, I suppose you and I are to stand up and jig together again?" "Oh, no, I am much obliged to you. Our 2 dances are over, and besides, I am tired. I do not mean to dance any more." "Do you not? Then let us walk about and quiz people. Come along with me, and I will show you the 4 greatest quizzes in the room, my 2 younger sisters and their partners. I've been laughing at them this half-hour." Again Catherine excused herself, and at last he walked off to quiz his sisters by himself. The rest of the evening she found very dull, and Mr. Tilney was drawn away from their party at tea to attend to that of his partner. Miss Tilney, though belonging to it, did not sit near her, and James and Isabella were so much engaged in conversing together that the latter had no leisure to bestow more on her dear friend than one smile, one squeeze, and one "Dearest Catherine." Chapter 9. The progress of Catherine's unhappiness from the events of the evening was as follows. It appeared first in a general dissatisfaction with everybody about her while she remained in the rooms, which speedily brought on considerable weariness and a violent desire to go home. This, on arriving in Pulteney Street, took the direction of extraordinary hunger, and when that was appeased, changed into an earnest longing to be in bed. Such was the extreme point of her distress, for when there she immediately fell into a sound sleep, which lasted 9 hours, and from which she awoke perfectly revived, in excellent spirits, with fresh hopes and fresh schemes. The first wish of her heart was to improve her acquaintance with Miss Tilney, and almost her first resolution to seek her for that purpose in the pump-room at noon. In the pump-room, one so newly arrived in Bath must be met with, and that building she had already found so favourably for the discovery of female excellence and the completion of female intimacy, so admirably adapted for secret discourses and unlimited confidence, that she was most reasonably encouraged to expect another friend from within its walls. Her plan for the morning thus settled, she sat quietly down to her book after breakfast, resolving to remain in the same place and the same employment until the clock struck 1, and from habitude very little incommoded by the remarks and ejaculations of Mrs. Allen, whose vacancy of mind and incapacity for thinking was such that, as she never talked a great deal, so she could never be entirely silent, and therefore, while she sat at her work, if she lost her needle or broke her thread, if she heard a carriage in the street or saw a speck upon her gown, she must observe it aloud, whether there were anyone at leisure to answer her or not. About 12:30, a remarkably loud rap drew her in haste to the window, and scarcely had she time to inform Catherine of there being 2 open carriages at the door, in the first only a servant, her brother driving Miss Thorpe in the second, before John Thorpe came running upstairs, calling out, "Well, Miss Morland, here I am. Have you been waiting long? We could not come before. The old devil of a coachmaker was such an eternity finding out a thing fit to be got into, and it's now 10,000 to 1, but they break down before we're out of the street. How do you do, Mrs. Allen? Famous ball last night, was it not? Come, Miss Morland, be quick, for the others are in a confounded hurry to be off. They want to get their tumble over." "What do you mean?" said Catherine. "Where are you all going to?" "Going to? Why, you've not forgotten our engagement. Did we not agree together to take a drive this morning? What a head you have! We're going up Claverton Down." "Something was said about it, I remember," said Catherine, looking at Mrs. Allen for her opinion. "But really I did not expect you." "Not expect me? That's a good one. And what a dust you would have made if I had not come." Catherine's silent appeal to her friend, meanwhile, was entirely thrown away, for Mrs. Allen, not being at all in the habit of conveying any expression herself by a look, was not aware of its being ever intended by anybody else, and Catherine, whose desire of seeing Miss Tilney again could at that moment bear a short delay in favour of a drive, and who thought there could be no impropriety in her going with Mr. Thorpe, as Isabella was going at the same time with James, was therefore obliged to speak plainer. "Well, ma'am, what do you say to it? Can you spare me for an hour or two? Shall I go?" "Do as you please, my dear," replied Mrs. Allen with the most placid indifference. Catherine took the advice and ran off to get ready. In a very few minutes she reappeared, having scarcely allowed the 2 others enough time to get through a few short sentences in her praise, after Thorpe had procured Mrs. Allen's admiration of his gig, and then receiving her friend's parting good wishes, they both hurried downstairs. "My dearest creature," cried Isabella, to whom the duty of friendship immediately called her before she could get into the carriage, "you have been at least 3 hours getting ready. I was afraid you were ill. What a delightful ball we had last night! I have 1,000 things to say to you, but make haste and get in, for I long to be off." Catherine followed her orders and turned away, but not too soon to hear her friend exclaim aloud to James, "What a sweet girl she is! I quite dote on her." "You will not be frightened, Miss Morland," said Thorpe, as he handed her in. "If my horse should dance about a little at first setting off, he will most likely give a plunge or two and perhaps take a rest for a minute, but he will soon know his master. He's full of spirits, playful as can be, but there's no vice in him." Catherine did not think the portrait a very inviting one, but it was too late to retreat, and she was too young to own herself frightened, so resigning herself to her fate and trusting to the animal's boasted knowledge of its owner, she sat peaceably down and saw Thorpe sit down by her. Everything being then arranged, the servant who stood at the horse's head was bid in an important voice to let him go, and off they went in the quietest manner imaginable, without a plunge or a caper, or anything like one. Catherine, delighted at so happy an escape, spoke her pleasure aloud with grateful surprise, and her companion immediately made the matter perfectly simple by assuring her that it was entirely owing to the perfectly judicious manner in which he held the reins, and the singular discernment and dexterity with which he directed his whip. Catherine, though she could not help wondering that with such perfect command of his horse he should think it necessary to alarm her with a relation of its tricks, congratulated herself sincerely on being under the care of so excellent a coachman, and perceiving that the animal continued to go on in the same quiet manner, without showing the smallest propensity towards any unpleasant vivacity, and considering its inevitable pace was 10 miles an hour, by no means alarmingly fast, gave herself up to all the enjoyment of air and exercise of the most invigorating kind in a fine mild day of February, with the consciousness of safety. A silence of several minutes succeeded their first short dialogue. It was broken by Thorpe saying very abruptly, "Old Alan is rich as a Jew, is he not?" Catherine did not understand him, and he repeated his question, adding in an explanation, "Old Alan, the man you're with." "Oh, Mr. Allen, you mean? Yes, I believe he's very rich." "And no children at all?" "No, not any." "A famous thing for his next heirs. He's your godfather, is he not?" "My godfather? No." "But you are always much with them?" "Yes, very much." "Aye, that is what I meant. He seems a good, kind old fellow enough, and he's lived very well in his time, I dare say. He's not gouty for nothing. Does he drink his bottle a day now?" "His bottle a day? No, why should you think such a thing? He's a very temperate man, and you could not fancy him in liquor last night." "Lord help me, you women are always thinking of men's being in liquor. Why, you do not suppose a man is overset by a bottle. I'm sure of this, that if everybody was to drink their bottle a day, there would not be half the disorders in the world there are now. It would be a famous good thing for us all." "I cannot believe it." "Oh, Lord, it would be the saving of thousands. There is not the 100th part of the wine consumed in this kingdom that there ought to be. Our foggy climate wants help." "And yet I have heard that there is a great deal of wine drank in Oxford." "Oxford? There's no drinking at Oxford now, I assure you. Nobody drinks there. You'd hardly meet with a man who goes beyond his 4 pints at the utmost. Now, for instance, it was reckoned a remarkable thing at the last party in my rooms that upon average we cleared about 5 pints a head. It was looked upon as something out of the common way. Mine is a famous good stuff, to be sure. You'd not often meet with anything like it in Oxford, and that may account for it. But this will just give you a notion of the general rate of drinking there." "Yes, it does give a notion," said Catherine warmly, "and that is that you all drink a great deal more wine than I thought you did. However, I'm sure James does not drink so much." This declaration brought on a loud and overpowering reply, of which no part was very distinct, except the frequent exclamations, amounting almost to oaths, which adorned it, and Catherine was left, when it ended, with a rather strengthened belief of there being a great deal of wine drank in Oxford, and the same happy conviction of her brother's comparative sobriety. Thorpe's ideas then all reverted to the merits of his own equipage, and she was called upon to admire the sprint and freedom with which his horse moved along, and the ease which his paces, as well as the excellence of the springs, gave the motion of the carriage. She followed him in all this admiration as well as she could. To go before or beyond him was impossible. His knowledge and her ignorance of the subject, his rapidity of expression and her diffidence of herself, put that out of her power. She could strike out nothing new in commendation, but she could readily echo whatever he chose to assert, and it was finally settled between them without any difficulty that his equipage was altogether the most complete of its kind in England, his carriage the neatest, his horse the best goer, and himself the best coachman. "You do not really think, Mr. Thorpe," said Catherine, venturing after some time to consider the matter as entirely decided, and to offer some little variation on the subject, "that James's gig will break down?" "Break down? Oh, Lord, did you ever see such a little tit-uppity thing in your life? There is not a sound piece of iron about it. The wheels have been fairly worn out these 10 years at least. And as for the body, upon my soul, you might shake it to pieces yourself with a touch. It's the most devilish little rickety business I ever beheld. Thank God we've got better. I would not be bound to go 2 miles in it for £50,000. "Good heavens!" cried Catherine, quite frightened. "Then pray let us turn back. They will certainly meet with an accident if we go on. Do let us turn back, Mr. Thorpe. Stop and speak to my brother and tell him now how very unsafe it is." "Unsafe? Oh, Lord, what is there in that? It will only get a roll if it does break down. There's plenty of dirt. It will be excellent falling. Oh, curse it, the carriage is safe enough if a man knows how to drive it. A thing of that sort in good hands will last above 20 years after it's fairly worn out. Lord bless you, I would undertake for £5 to drive it to York and back again without losing a nail." Catherine listened with astonishment. She knew not how to reconcile two such very different accounts of the same thing, for she had not been brought up to understand the propensities of a rattle, nor to know how many idle assertions and impudent falsehoods the excess of vanity will lead. Her own family were plain matter-of-fact people, who seldom aimed at wit of any kind, her father at the utmost being contented with a pun, and her mother with a proverb. They were not in the habit, therefore, of telling lies to increase their importance, or of asserting at one moment what they would contradict the next. She reflected on the affair for some time in much perplexity, and was more than once on the point of requesting from Mr. Thorpe a clearer insight into his real opinion on the subject. But she checked herself, because it appeared to her that he did not excel in giving those clearer insights, in making those things plain which he had before made ambiguous, and joining to this the consideration that he would not really suffer his sister and his friend to be exposed to a danger from which he might easily preserve them, she concluded at last that he must know the carriage to be in fact perfectly safe, and therefore would alarm herself no longer. By him the whole matter seemed entirely forgotten, and all the rest of his conversation, or rather talk, began and ended with himself and his own concerns. He told her of horses which he had bought for a trifle and sold for incredible sums, of racing matches in which his judgment and infallibility foretold the winner, of shooting parties in which he had killed more birds, though without having one good shot, than all his companions together, and described to her some of the famous day's sport with the foxhounds, in which his foresight and skill in directing the dogs had repaired the mistakes of the most experienced huntsman, and in which the boldness of his riding, though it had never endangered his own life for a moment, had been consistently leading others into difficulties, which, he calmly concluded, had broken the necks of many. Little as Catherine was in the habit of judging for herself, and unfixed as were her general notions of what men ought to be, she could not entirely repress a doubt, while she bore with the effusions of his endless conceit, of his being altogether completely agreeable. It was a bold surmise, for he was Isabella's brother, and she had been assured by James that his manners would recommend him to all her sex. But in spite of this, the extreme weariness of his company, which crept over her before they had been out an hour, and which continued unceasingly to increase until they stopped in Pulteney Street again, induced her in some small degree to resist such high authority, and to distrust his powers of giving universal pleasure. When they arrived at Mrs. Allen's door, the astonishment of Isabella was hardly to be expressed on finding that it was too late in the day for them to attend her friend in the house. Past 3 o'clock! It was inconceivable, incredible, impossible. She would neither believe her own watch, nor her brother's, nor the servants'. She would believe no assurance of it founded on reason or reality, till Morland produced his watch and ascertained the fact. To have doubted a moment longer then would have been equally inconceivable, incredible, and impossible, and she could only protest over and over again that no 2 hours and a half had ever gone off so swiftly before, as Catherine was called on to confirm. Catherine could not tell a falsehood even to please Isabella, but the latter was spared the misery of her friend's dissenting voice by not waiting for her to answer. Her own feelings entirely engrossed her. Her wretchedness was most acute on finding herself obliged to go directly home. It was ages since she had had a moment's conversation with her dearest Catherine, and though she had such 1,000 of things to say to her, it appeared as if they were never to be together again. So, with smiles of most exquisite misery, and the laughing eye of utter despondency, she bade her friend adieu, and went on. Catherine found Mrs. Allen just returning from the busy idleness of the morning, and was immediately greeted with, "Well, my dear, here you are," a truth which she had no greater inclination than power to dispute. "And I hope you've had a pleasant airing." "Yes, ma'am, I thank you. We could not have had a nicer day." "So Mrs. Thorpe said. She was vastly pleased at your all going." "You have seen Mrs. Thorpe, then?" "Yes, I went to the pump room as soon as you were gone, and there I met her, and we had a great deal of talk together. She said there was hardly any veal to be got at the market this morning. It is so uncommonly scarce." "Did you see anybody else of our acquaintance?" "Yes, we agreed to take a turn at the Crescent, and there we met Mrs. Hughes and Mr. and Miss Tilney walking with her." "Did you indeed, and did they speak to you?" "Yes, we walked along the Crescent together for half an hour. They seem very agreeable people. Miss Tilney was in a very pretty spotted muslin, and I fancy, by what I can learn, that she always dresses very handsomely. Mrs. Hughes talked to me a great deal about the family. And what did she tell you of them? Oh, a vast deal indeed. She hardly talked of anything else. Did she tell you of what part in Gloucestershire they come from? Yes, she did, but I cannot recollect now. But they are very good, kind people, and very rich. Mrs. Tilney was a Miss Drummond, and she and Mrs. Hughes were schoolfellows. And Miss Drummond had a very large fortune, and when she married, her father gave her £20,000 and 500 to buy wedding clothes. Mrs. Hughes saw all the clothes after they came from the warehouse. And are Mr. and Mrs. Tilney in Bath? Yes, I fancy they are, but I am not quite certain. Upon recollection, however, I have the notion that they're both dead. At least the mother is. Yes, I'm sure Mrs. Tilney is dead, because Mrs. Hughes told me that there was a very beautiful set of pearls that Mr. Drummond gave his daughter on her wedding day, and that Miss Tilney has got now, for they were put by for her when her mother died. And is Mr. Tilney, my partner, the only son? I cannot be quite positive about that, my dear. I have some idea he is, but however, he's a very fine man, Mrs. Hughes says, and likely to do very well. Catherine inquired no further. She had heard enough to feel that Mrs. Allen had no real intelligence to give, and that she was most particularly unfortunate herself in having missed such a meeting with both brother and sister. Could she have foreseen such a circumstance, nothing should have persuaded her to go out with the others, and as it was, she could only lament her ill luck and think over what she had lost, till it was quite clear to her that the drive had been by no means very pleasant, and that John Thorpe himself was quite disagreeable.
So Catherine is starting to see the light. She made some interesting kinds of growth in this pair of chapters, I thought. Midway through all of this, she started to notice that maybe James wasn't the nicest guy. And that's hard for her to accept because she loves Isabella, and her brother has told her that James is a nice guy. So there's some cognitive dissonance there in the beginning. The this does not add up. I don't understand how this can be. And then she starts to listen to herself. So yay for her. Well done. Catherine also does an interesting thing with Mrs. Allen in, I believe it's chapter 9, before they go up to Claverton Down, which is just like the place up on the hillside where you can get a good view. Mrs. Allen is there when Catherine is being told she is going, by James, going to go out with them. And of course, part of the reason why she needed to be there was because otherwise Isabella couldn't be out alone-ish with her brother, who clearly wanted to be alone with her. So her brother and Isabella are pressuring her to go. She goes. However, there is that moment when she looks to Mrs. Allen and is hesitant and hesitating verbally. Oh, well, I don't know if I should. I suppose if you think it's all right, Mrs. Allen. If Mrs. Allen had had two wits to rub together in her head, she probably would have noticed Catherine's hesitation. If Mrs. Allen had been a mom or around children much, she probably would have noticed Catherine's hesitation. And Catherine looking at her saying, I don't know, do you think it's okay for me to go do this? She might have picked up on it and said, oh, well, there were those things you said you wanted to do today. Oh, that's right. Oh, I'm so sorry. I can't go. I have made other plans. I just forgot. And get out of it as gracefully as possible. Although, to be honest, James would never let it go gracefully, no matter what. But Mrs. Allen doesn't pick up on it. I thought it was very interesting that Catherine was looking for an out. She didn't just fold. She didn't just acquiesce. She didn't not notice that she'd rather sit at home and read Udolpho. It was an interesting moment. From that point on, with Thorpe, we get 3 different things that he does that are very strong indicators that this is not someone who is worthy of our esteem. First, he refers to Mr. Allen as Old Allen. And Catherine corrects him. Oh, you mean Mr. Allen, you jerk. He doesn't know Mr. Allen, and calling Mr. Allen old anything is rude. And I mean, even if you knew him well, you wouldn't say that. Unless you were like best friends and he was 20. And you said, well, old Allen, he's a cut up, is what he is. So that was our first hint. The second hint is more stupid than that. He's expecting gout to kill Mr. Allen. Now, drinking alcohol will make gout worse, but gout is really just painful. You may wish you were dead, but I don't believe gout alone can kill you. I am sure there are other things that can be going on with gout that could do you damage, but I don't believe gout is fatal. Either way, James is clearly looking for Mr. Allen to kick the bucket ASAP. We are getting a much clearer picture of what James is after. But then he goes and does it. And Jane Austen does not do this on accident. She puts these words in his mouth on purpose for several reasons. She has him say, old Mr. Allen is as rich as a Jew, isn't he? This is not the first time we've come across this. This is not the first time we've come across slurs against Jews or Catholics or Irish in any of the books that we've read. However, there is an important point that Austen is making here. I know we've talked about this before, but Jews were expelled from England in 1290 and started to be quietly allowed back in the 1600s. There are also all sorts of complicated reasons for why it started happening, why the migration started up again, coming back into England. However, the important thing to know is that by the late 1700s, there had been a change among the genteel classes and writing and essays and political discussions that were writing that was being written and discussions that were being had on Jews in society. People with a place in society that would have put them into a decision-making milieu had started publicly realigning the anti-Jewish sentiment and noting that, in fact, golly jeepers, everybody deserves to be treated with respect and dignity. And maybe not all Jews are evil, kinds of things. So there was a growing acceptance of Jews as part of the larger British culture during Jane Austen's childhood. So she grew up with that. She also grew up with, it was really only lower classes who were anti-Semitic. In the upper classes, this would be a truly tasteless thing to say publicly, to use the he's rich as a Jew. We are not in Shylock times. We are not in Shakespeare's day. We have come a ways past that. Let's see, in 1837, Benjamin Disraeli entered the House of Commons. Disraeli was born Jewish. His father left the synagogue when he was a child over a dispute. And Disraeli did eventually become a member of the Anglican Church. But I mean, this is a guy who was prime minister twice. He was all over the government in the mid 1800s. And it wasn't a secret that he'd been born into a Jewish family. So within 30 years of this book coming out, you have Disraeli. So the times they were a changin', James was not, is the point. But Catherine is a changin'. I have high hopes for this girl. Also, I like her as a heroine. Even if gothic novel shipness doesn't, I like her. That is where we're going to end for this week. Be well, take care of yourself and others, wear a mask. I'll talk to you soon. Bye. Episode 551. Nothing special. Well, hello. How are you? I am well. I am here, and oh my gosh, does it feel good to be back? I have some fun stuff for you. First up is Tara. She has some goodies to share with everybody, and I've provided links to several of them in the show notes. So Justin's posted those for you. It's always good to hear from Tara. So there's that. And we're going to play that for you right now. Here we go.
Hello, Heather. Tara Worcester here. I'm calling in to chime in with some thoughts and confirmations on some things that you mentioned. Yes, you did see on Bernadette's channel 18th Century Ladies Fashion. It was a presentation done by the American Duchess Gals, which is Abby Cox and Nicole Rudolph. They also have a book, 18th Century Fashion. It's amazing. I highly recommend it. Also, if you have any time to do anything and want to be deeply entertained either with knowledge or comedy, check out Nicole Rudolph for tailoring knowledge and Abby Cox, C-O-X, for fashion knowledge of 18th century fashion. Nicole is currently doing a 1940s suit from the undergarments out, and Abby Cox does comedically genius pieces on pretty much anything. Her latest piece that I keep watching and laughing my absolute bosom off is about boobs. Yep, I said it, boobs. It's hilarious. It's like 500 years of boobs because someone got sassy in her comments. She was like, oh, well, I've got some words for you, boobs. It's delightful. And the closest thing I know to a gig is like a sulky, but that's a racing. That's designed specifically for single horse racing. How it's made, the pieces on both carriages and sulkies, I will find those and link you to them. And for some background earworms for people who are doing anything and need some music, Guy Lombardo and the Royal Canadians, their song Little Coquette. It is delightful. It is sang by Carmen Lombardo, and he has a beautiful voice. I hope you're having a great day, Heather. Mine has literally just started, and I'm waiting for a call from Home Depot, so I hope you have a great day. I will talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Tara is so right about anything Abby Cox posts being worth your time. I find her both hilarious and informative, and in fact, have posted not the boobs episode, I don't think, but I did post probably the most important point of view I have heard on women's bodies, shapes, and how we see women's bodies. Not like, oh, Marilyn Monroe was round and soft and now everybody's supposed to be skinny. Not that kind of body shape thing. It's much more interesting and deep and I think relevant than that. I think the episode title is What I Learned from Wearing 18th Century Clothes for 5 years. And what she has to say is fascinating. So fascinating that I showed a good chunk of the video to Andrew and Aaron, two people who really could not care less about women's fashion from the 18th century. I think that's inaccurate. I think that is a totally accurate statement. I do not think they could care any less about that stuff. And they were blown away and fascinated, and it really had an impact. She is very, very fun and very, very smart. So that link is there for you as well. We also got a voicemail from Jennifer. Thursday night, Jennifer. I am playing it for you now. Well, actually, Justin is playing it for you now. So here you go.
Hey, Heather. Jennifer Gordon. I've been thinking about last week's episode, and it occurred to me that Catherine and Isabella keep referring to the men. And, I'm now one of our more mature readers. I have a granddaughter about the age of Catherine and Isabella, and it occurred to me that the men that they are so eager and chasing are really frat boys. And if we think of them in terms of being frat boys, I mean, of course they're idiots. They're of an age to be idiots. I think if we think of them in those terms, I think it may enlighten us a little bit about why they act the way they do. They're that age. The other thing that has been preying on my mind is I would love to donate to the wonderful Maya. But PayPal, when I tried to do that, insisted that I open an account, which I would much rather not do. Is there some other way that we could do this? Perhaps a tip jar? So there you go. Looking forward to seeing you back. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Thank you, Jennifer. Yes, on the frat boys. And you're going to see more of that this week. Uh-huh. And yes, on Maya. The tip jars usually do go through, well, in my world, tip jars have usually gone through PayPal as well. But I think there's a way to fix the settings so that you can use just any old debit card or credit card. And I have alerted Maya to it and hope that we will have a solution for you, because yes, you should be able to send some support to Maya for all of the goodness that she brings us all the time without having to open a PayPal account. I totally get that. So we're working on it, but yes. And so aside from that, let's see, crafty stuff, the things that I've been doing to keep myself from losing my mind. I have been able to handle tearing paper. I think that's actually pretty accurate. Tearing paper and slapping gesso onto things. Yeah, I think that's about it. I think that's about what I have been able to handle lately. So I went down a YouTube rabbit hole of junk journals and lap books and bookbinding. It started with bookbinding because in cleaning out the basement, I found some books that I had started trying to repair, probably not quite a decade ago. And it made me think, back when I was trying to do this by myself so very long ago, there wasn't much of a YouTube infrastructure for tutorials and things like that. I'll bet there's information out there now. And there is. Highly recommended Nick the Booksmith, N-I-K. She is marvelous and informative, and I love her. Mike Deakin, D-E-A-K-I-N. He is also lovely and wonderful, and they are so good at sharing all the things that they know and learn. And then that led to the Paper Outpost videos, which led to Karen Campbell videos, which it just became a whole lot of, I think I can probably manage to tear up paper and glue it onto other paper. And that's pretty much the amount of brain I have left after working. Because I sit for so long, I've now set up the ironing board kind of in the very back of the room where the TV is. So it's behind everybody so I don't annoy anybody else. And I have set up a little space on the ironing board where I can just glue things onto paper while we've got the TV on at night. Yeah, I have been bear of very little brain whenever I haven't been actually at the computer working. So it's been interesting though. I have learned a lot. I don't know what I've learned about, but I have learned a lot. And for me, learning is just, it's my jam. So I don't have anything particularly useful for you this week, again, in the crafting arena, except that depending on which direction you tear paper, it can look very different. And paper does seem to have a grain. There we go. That's my giant words of wisdom for you this week. You're welcome for that. I know that probably just changed your life. Oh. All right. So, Northanger Abbey. Dude. Jennifer's frat boy. Dude. We have more talk of fashion. I know you're shocked. More talk of fashion and also more details about dancing. And we have a little bit on card game. And we have a little more character revelation going on in this week's chapters. But in a large part, this is one of the chapter sets, chapters 10 and 11, where some pieces are being moved into position on a chessboard. But along with that, we're starting to see where actual conflicts may grow from. And we are starting to have character revealed to us. Not character capital C, but character lowercase c. What kind of character does this person have? Are they a good person? Are they a person of dubious character? Are they worth Catherine's time and effort? These are the kinds of things that we start to see more details of in this week's chapters. Some terminology. I don't remember actually us ever having come across, not even in North and South, a particular term. Tambored muslin, Tambored. So we've talked about muslin. I know we've talked about muslin in the past. There's the kind of heavy duty muslin that's a little nubby and a little rough. And that's the stuff that we used to make flats out of when I was in high school and we were doing theater. And then you'd size it by painting it white with latex paint, and that would stretch it onto the fabric frame and make it tight. Kind of a tambored set piece, actually, because a tambour is a frame. It's a tambourine frame. So the way a tambourine, the way we think about it now in modern time, is a musical instrument with the little cymbal-y things built into the sides, but it's basically a drum skin stretched over a round frame. Tambored muslin is the same idea. It is the muslin has been stretched tight over a round frame, and then it has been embroidered, hand-stitched. So you can imagine if you have a very fine piece of muslin, not the heavy-duty stuff that we made sets out of, but the very fine, like gossamer weight muslin stretched out with some very fine needlework on it, you can get some pretty exquisite looking fabrics out of that. So when you hear a tambored muslin, it's got really lovely hand done needlework in a pattern all over it. There's a jacquenet. It's a little heavier than the lightweight little jackets that they wore. What they remind me of is a little bit like a bolero jacket. It's very similar to the other outerwear we talked about, that it's on pure waist and it's cut off at that point. There's nothing below that. So it's really just covering like bust, shoulders, and then sleeves. And yeah, it reminds me of a shrug, or a fitted shrug with a collar, or a very short bolero jacket kind of thing. They're very cute. So that's our fashionista talk that we have to, deal with, which indicates who we will see at the beginning of chapter 10. Once again, I am bringing up the movie Gaslight. If you haven't seen the original black and white Gaslight, I highly, highly recommend it, because you will see in this chapter, again, Thorpe, in a lightweight kind of way, gaslighting Catherine, basically because she is so good and she takes things so matter-of-factly, straightforwardly, pretty much literally, but she's just so lacking in any guile, and she so desperately does not want to offend anyone or hurt anyone, which comes into play in a fairly massive way in today's chapters. It's very easy for him to play her like a cheap violin, and you'll see some of his fancy footwork in chapter 10. Oh, actually, chapters 10 and 11 both today. And it is his, as Jennifer alluded to, kind of frat boy behavior, which is on proud display in today's chapters as well. Fortnight, we've come across this before. Fortnight is short for 14 nights, which is 2 weeks. And at one point, you're going to hear a reference to dancing at the top of the set or dancing at the bottom of the set. This is in those line dances where you have the men and the women in two separate lines facing each other, and someone at the top of those two lines, the woman and the man, come together. I think we saw some of this in Bridgerton. They come together and they do some kind of intricate dance going down to the bottom of the lines, where they then take their position, and the couple back at the top, they start their promenade, their dancey thing, going down the lines. Sometimes it's more than two people at a time, depends on how intricate it is, but that's the top of the set or the bottom of the set. And then you'll hear a mention of dancing all the way home in her chair. This was one of the sedan chairs. This is being carried back to your residence from the pump room or whichever venue you were dancing at in one of the chairs that's being carried by two guys. So that's the chair she's dancing in. Augured, Augured. Sometimes this is used as a phrase that's related to prophecy, like you pre-see or you project out something that is going to happen. Beginning of chapter 11, you're going to hear mud called dirt. So when it's raining out, we might say, oh, I don't want to go out. I don't want to get my shoes muddy. I don't want to get mud all over everything. They would say dirty in this chapter. It's the same thing. For our listeners in the UK or listeners who know their UK geography, if you know the distance between Bath and Bristol, it's about 12 miles, I think, you will understand how Catherine is being played in chapter 11. For those of you who don't know, just understand that as soon as they start talking cities and towns, there is no possible way that the journey could be made in the time that they are discussing. That's all you need to know. It gets kind of intricate as far as timings go. Jane Austen was really paying attention. All you need to know is that it's not possible. You will hear a reference to a phaeton with bright chestnuts. Phaeton was the four-wheeled open carriage. Very nice. Bright chestnuts would be references to the horses. Bright, sparkling, shiny, clean, healthy, young, chestnut-colored horses. And there is a reference to commerce, a pool of commerce. Commerce was a card game, and it was a lightweight kind of luck of the draw betting game, usually fairly mild, low stakes, more fun than anything else. When I was reading about it, it kind of sounded like a cross between what we used to call idiot poker. Everybody'd be dealt a single card and everybody would put the card on their forehead without looking at it. So you could only make bets based upon the cards on other people's foreheads. So if everybody else had high-ish cards, you would probably pass or bet very low. If everybody else has low cards, you may choose to bet higher because there's a better chance that your card is higher than everybody else's. That kind of game, it's a little bit like that. But the grammar of discussing the game made it kind of confusing. So commerce is the name of the game. The pool is like the betting pool. It's actually the pool of cards in the middle, but that's also where you place your bets. So that's all they're talking about. You will hear the term croaking, like a frog would croak. Croaking is used here as a croaking fellow. A croaking fellow is a gloomy fellow. He's dour. He's not quite the happy camper that he often is. So a croaking fellow is a dismal or gloomy guy. Cattle. Cattle turned out to be a euphemism for women. I know it's charming, right? And you have probably figured out who is going to say this. There was some debate, actually, amongst the editors of the copies of Northanger that I've got. Some think that Jane Austen was largely unaware of the many different ways that the word cattle is used in regards to women, and that particular editor thought it was just a reference to people in general. However, the other editor noted that it was a well-known slang slur to call women of dubious profession sad cattle. I know it's charming. So when you hear the person who you are correct in assuming uses this slang term, just cattle, not sad cattle, but cattle, he is referring to female people or person in this case. I know he's such a peach. And Blaise Castle, Blaize. Blaise Castle, you can still go visit. It is not a Gothic era castle. It is a folly. It is a faux Gothic castle that was built in 1766. And it's just kind of big, empty building. It was built at a time, if you saw the Tom Stoppard play Arcadia, it was built at a time when people were knocking themselves out, just having a great old time, building fake old stuff on their property. We've talked about this before. We've come across these kinds of things before. Maybe you had a rolling field on your property, and at one point where it rolled down, maybe there's a little copse of trees. And so you would build an ancient, I'm using air quotes, hermit's cottage or stone shack that was kind of tumble down. That would be a lovely artistic commentary that you would place on the landscape that would be, something interesting to catch the eye in the vast expanse of green rolling out from your home. Should you be so lucky as to have grand acreage and things like that you could play with that way. So Blaze Castle was a folly. It was not a real castle. Important to know. There was one other thing. Somebody wrote to me about netting, netting, instead of knitting, and I can no longer find the email. And if you can send it again, I will share it next week. It came in right at the beginning of my 4 weeks of nightmare at work. So I saw it come in and thought I flagged it and saved it, and now I can't find it. So if you could resend it, that would be fantastic, because I very much want to read about that. All right, here we go. Chapters 10 and 11 of Northanger Abbey by Jane Austen, read for us by the lovely Maya Daguerre. Here we go.
Chapter 10. The Allens, Thorpes and Morlands all met in the evening at the theatre, and as Catherine and Isabella sat together, there was then an opportunity for the latter to utter some few of the many thousand things which had been collecting within her for communication in the immeasurable length of time which had divided them. "Oh, heavens, my beloved Catherine, have I got you at last?" was her address on Catherine's entering the box and sitting by her. "Now, Mr. Morland," for he was close to her on the other side, "I shall not speak another word to you all the rest of the evening, so I charge you not to expect it. My sweetest Catherine, how have you been this long age? But I need not ask you, for you look delightfully. You really have done your hair in a more heavenly style than ever. You mischievous creature, do you want to attract everybody? I assure you my brother is quite in love with you already, and as for Mr. Tilney, but that is a settled thing. Even your modesty cannot doubt his attachment now. His coming back to Bath makes it too plain. Oh, what I would not give to see him! I am quite wild with impatience. My mother says he is the most delightful young man in the world. She saw him this morning, you know. You must introduce him to me. Is he in the house now? Look about, for heaven's sake. I assure you I can hardly exist till I see him." "No," said Catherine, "he is not here. I cannot see him anywhere." "Oh, horrid! Am I never to be acquainted with him? How do you like my gown? I think it does not look amiss. The sleeves are entirely my own thought. Do you know I get so immoderately sick of Bath? Your brother and I were agreeing this morning that, though it is vastly well to be here for a few weeks, we would not live here for millions. We soon found out that our tastes were exactly alike in preferring the country to every other place. Really, our opinions were so exactly the same, it was quite ridiculous. There was not a single point in which we differed. I would not have had you by for the world. You were such a sly thing, I'm sure you would have made some droll remark or other about it." "No, indeed, I should not." "Oh, yes, you would indeed. I know you better than you know yourself. You would have told us that we seemed born for each other, or some nonsense of that kind, which would have distressed me beyond conception. My cheeks would have been as red as your roses. I would not have had you by me for the world." "Indeed, you do me an injustice. I would have not made such an improper remark upon any account. And besides, I'm sure it would have never entered my head." Isabella smiled incredulously and talked the rest of the evening to James. Catherine's resolution of endeavouring to meet Miss Tilney again continued in full force the next morning, and till the usual moment of going to the pump-room she felt some alarm for the dread of a second prevention. But nothing of that kind occurred, no visitors appeared to delay them, and all three set off in good time for the pump-room, where the ordinary course of events and conversations took place. Mr. Allen, after drinking his glass of water, joined some gentlemen to talk over the politics of the day and compare the accounts of their newspapers, and the ladies walked about together, noticing every new face and almost every new bonnet in the room. The female part of the Thorpe party, attended by Mr. James Morland, appeared among the crowd in less than a quarter of an hour, and Catherine immediately took her usual place by the side of her friend. James, who was now in constant attendance, maintained a similar position, and separating themselves from the rest of their party, they walked in that manner for some time, till Catherine began to doubt the happiness of a situation which, confining her entirely to her friend and brother, gave her very little share in the notice of either. They were always engaged in some sentimental discussion or lively dispute, but their sentiments was conveyed in such whispering voices, and their vivacity attended with so much laughter, that though Catherine's supporting opinion was not unfrequently called for by one or the other, she was never able to give any, from not having heard a word of the subject. At length, however, she was empowered to disengage herself from her friend by the avowed necessity of speaking to Miss Tilney, who she most joyfully saw just entering the room with Mrs. Hughes, and whom she instantly joined, with a firmer determination to be acquainted than she might have had the courage to command had she not been urged by the disappointment of the day before. Miss Tilney met her with great civility, returned her advances with equal goodwill, and they continued talking together as long as both parties remained in the room. And though in all probability not an observation was made, not an expression used by either which had not been made and used some 1,000 times before under that roof in every Bath season, yet the merit of their being spoken with simplicity and truth and without personal conceit might be something uncommon. "How well your brother dances!" was an artless exclamation of Catherine's towards the close of their conversation, which at once surprised and amused her companion. "Henry," she replied with a smile, "yes, he does dance very well. He must have thought it very odd to hear me say I was engaged the other evening when he saw me sitting down, but I really had been engaged the whole day to Mr. Thorpe." Miss Tilney could only bow. "You cannot think," added Catherine after a moment's silence, "how surprised I was to see him again. I felt so sure of him being quite gone away. When Henry had the pleasure of seeing you before, he was in Bath but for a couple of days. He came only to engage lodging for us." "That never occurred to me, and of course, not seeing him anywhere, I thought he must be gone. Was not the young lady he danced with on Monday a Miss Smith?" "Yes, an acquaintance of Mrs. Hughes. I dare say she was very glad to dance. Do you think her pretty?" "Not very. He never comes to the pump room, I suppose?" "Yes, sometimes, but he is rid out this morning with my father." Mrs. Hughes now joins them, and asked Miss Tilney if she was ready to go. "I hope I shall have the pleasure of seeing you again soon," said Catherine. "Shall you be at the cotillion ball to-morrow?" Yes, I think we certainly shall. I am glad of it, for we shall all be there." This civility was duly returned, and they parted, on Miss Tilney's side with some knowledge of her new acquaintance's feelings, and on Catherine's without the smallest consciousness of having explained them. She went home very happy. The morning had answered all her hopes, and the evening of the following day was now the object of expectation, the future good. What gown and head-dress she should wear on the occasion became her chief concern. She cannot be justified in it. Dress is at all times a frivolous distinction, and excessive solicitude about it often destroys its own aim. Catherine knew all this very well. Her great-aunt had read her a lecture on the subject only the Christmas before, and yet she lay awake 10 minutes on Wednesday night, debating between her spotted and her tambored muslin, and nothing but the shortness of the time prevented her from buying a new one for the evening. This would have been an error in judgment, great though not uncommon, from which one of the other sex rather than her own, a brother rather than a great-aunt, might have warned her, for man only can be aware of the insensibility of man towards a new gown. It would be mortifying to the feelings of many ladies could they be made to understand how little the heart of man is affected by what is costly or new in their attire, how little it is biassed by the texture of their muslin, and how unsusceptible of peculiar tenderness towards the spotted, the sprigged, the mull, or the jaconet. Woman is fine for her own satisfaction alone. No man will admire her the more, no woman will like her the better for it. Neatness and fashion are enough for the former, and a something of shabbiness or impropriety will be most endearing to the latter. But not one of these grave reflections troubled the tranquillity of Catherine. She entered the rooms on Thursday evening with feelings very different from what had attended her thither the Monday before. She had then been exulting in her engagement to Thorpe, and was now cheerfully anxious to avoid his sight, lest he should engage her again, for though she could not, dared not expect that Mr. Tilney should ask her a third time to dance, her wishes, hopes, and plans all centred in nothing less. Every young lady may feel for my heroine in this critical moment, for every young lady has at some time or other known the same agitation. All have been, or at least all have believed themselves to be in danger from the pursuit of someone whom they wish to avoid, and all have been anxious for the attentions of someone who they wish to please. As soon as they were joined by the Thorpes, Catherine's agonies began. She fidgeted about if John Thorpe came towards her, hid herself as much as possible from his view, and when he spoke to her pretended not to hear him. The cotillions were over, the country dancing began, and she saw nothing of the Tilneys. "Do not be frightened, my dear Catherine," whispered Isabella, "but I'm really going to dance with your brother again. I declare positively it is quite shocking. I tell him he ought to be ashamed of himself, but you and John must keep us in countenance. Make haste, my dear creature, and come to us. John has just walked off, but he'll be back in a moment." Catherine had neither time nor inclination to answer. The others walked away. John Thorpe was still in view, and she gave herself up for lost. That she might not appear, however, to observe or expect him, she kept her eyes intently fixed on her fan, and a self-condemnation for her folly in supposing that among such a crowd they should ever meet with the Tilneys in any reasonable time had just passed through her mind, when she suddenly found herself addressed and again solicited to dance by Mr. Tilney himself. With what sparkling eyes and ready motion she granted his request, and with how pleasing a flutter of heart she went with him to the set, may be easily imagined. To escape, and as she believed, so narrowly escape, John Thorpe, and to be asked so immediately on his joining her, asked by Mr. Tilney, as if he had sought her on purpose, it did not appear to her that life could supply any greater felicity. Scarcely had they worked themselves into the quiet possession of a place, however, when her attention was claimed by John Thorpe, who stood behind her. "Heyday, Miss Morland," said he. "What's the meaning of this? I thought you and I were to dance together." "I wonder you should think so, for you never asked me." "That is a good one, by Jove. I asked you as soon as I came into the room, and I was just going to ask you again. But when I turned round, you were gone. This is a cursed shabby trick. I only came for the sake of dancing with you, and I firmly believe you were engaged to me ever since Monday. Yes, I remember. I asked you while we were waiting in the lobby for your cloak. And here I've been telling all my acquaintance that I was going to dance with the prettiest girl in the room, and when they see you standing up with someone else, they will quiz me famously." "Oh, no, they will never think of me, after such a description as that." "By heavens, if they do not, I will kick them out of the room for blockheads. What chap have you there?" Catherine satisfied his curiosity. "Tilney," he repeated. "I do not know him. A good figure of a man, well put together. Does he want a horse?" "Here is a friend of mine, Sam Fletcher. He's got one to sell that would suit anybody. A famous clever animal for the road, only 40 guineas. I had 50 minds to buy him myself, for it is one of my maxims, always buy a good horse when I meet with one. But it would not answer my purpose. It would not do for the field. I would give any money for a real good hunter. I have 3 now, the best that ever were backed. I would not take 800 guineas for them. Fletcher and I mean to get a house in Leicestershire against the next season. It's so damned uncomfortable living at an inn." This was the last sentence by which he could weary Catherine's attention, for he was just then borne off by the resistless pressure of a long string of passing ladies. Her partner now drew near, and said, "That gentleman would have put me out of patience had he stayed with you half a minute longer. He has no business to withdraw the attention of my partner from me. We have entered into a contract of mutual agreeableness for the space of an evening, and all our agreeableness belongs solely to each other for that time. Nobody can fasten themselves on to the notice of one without injuring the rights of the other. I consider a country dance as an emblem of marriage. Fidelity and complaisance are the principal duties of both. Those men who do not choose to dance or marry themselves have no business with the partners or wives of their neighbours." "But they are such very different things, that you think they cannot be compared together?" "To be sure not. People that marry can never part, but must go and keep house together. People that dance only stand opposite to each other in a long room for half an hour. And such is your definition of matrimony and dancing. Taken in that light, certainly their resemblance is not striking, but I think I should place them in such a view. You will allow that in both man has the advantage of choice, woman only the power of refusal, that in both it's an engagement between a man and a woman, formed for the advantage of each, and that when once entered into, they belong exclusively to each other until the moment of its dissolution, that it is their duty, each to endeavour to give no cause for wishing that he or she had bestowed themselves elsewhere, and their best interest to keep their own imaginations from wandering towards the perfections of other neighbours, or fancying that they should have been better off with anyone else. You will allow all this? Yes, to be sure, as you state it, all this sounds very well, but still they are so very different. I cannot look upon them at all in the same light, nor think the same duties belong to them. In one respect there is certainly a difference. In marriage the man is supposed to provide for the support of the woman to make the home agreeable to the man. He is to purvey and she is to smile. But in dancing their duties are exactly changed. The agreeableness and compliance are expected from him, while she furnishes the fan and the lavender water. That, I suppose, was the difference of duties which struck you as rendering the conditions incapable of comparison? No, indeed, I had never thought of that. Then I am quite at a loss. One thing, however, I must observe. This disposition on your side is rather alarming. You totally disallow any similarity in the obligations, and may I not thence infer your notions of the duties of the dancing state are not so strict as your partner might wish? Have I not reason to fear that if the gentleman who spoke to you just now were to return, or if any gentleman were to address you, there would be nothing to restrain you from conversing with him as long as you choose? Mr. Thorpe is such a very particular friend of my brother's that if he talks to me I must talk to him again. But there are hardly 3 young men in the room besides him that I have any acquaintance with. And that is to be my only security. Alas, alas! Nay, I'm sure that you cannot have better, for if I do not know anybody, it is impossible for me to talk to them, and besides, I do not want to talk to anybody. Now you have given me security worth having, and I shall proceed with courage. Do you find Bath as agreeable as when I had the honour of making the inquiry before? Yes, quite. More so, indeed. More so? Take care, or you'll forget to be tired of it at the proper time. You ought to be tired of it at the end of 6 weeks. I do not think I should be tired if I was to stay here 6 months. Bath, compared with London, has little variety, and so everybody finds out every year. For 6 weeks I allow Bath is pleasant enough, but beyond that it is the most tiresome place in the world. You would be told so by people of all descriptions who come regularly every winter, lengthen their 6 weeks into 10 or 12, and go away at last because they can afford to stay no longer. Well, other people must judge for themselves, and those who go to London may think nothing of Bath. But I, who live in a small retired village in the country, can never find greater sameness in such a place as this than in my own home. For here are a variety of amusements, a variety of things to be seen and done all day long, which I can know nothing of there. You are not fond of the country? Yes, I am. I've always lived there and always been very happy, but certainly there's more of a sameness in a country life than in a Bath life. One day in the country is exactly like another. But then you spend your time so much more rationally in the country. Do I? Do you not? I do not believe there is much difference. Here you are in pursuit only of amusement all day long. And so I am at home, only I do not find so much of it. I walk about here, and so I do there. But here I see a variety of people in every street, and there I can only go and call on Mrs. Allen. Mr. Tilney was very much amused. Only go and call on Mrs. Allen, he repeated. What a picture of intellectual poverty. However, when you sink into this abyss again, you will have more to say. You will be able to talk of Bath and all that you did here. Oh, yes, I shall never be in want of something to talk of again to Mrs. Allen or anybody else. I really believe I shall always be talking of Bath when I am home again. I do like it so very much. If I could have but papa and mamma and the rest of them here, I suppose I should be too happy. James is coming, my eldest brother, is quite delightful, and especially as it turns out that the very family we had just got so intimate with are his intimate friends already. Oh, whoever can be tired of Bath? Not those who bring such fresh feelings of every sort to it as you do. but papas and mammas and brothers and intimate friends are a good deal gone by to most of the frequenters of Bath, and the honest relish of balls and plays and everyday sights is past with them. Here their conversation closed, the demands of the dance becoming now too importunate for a divided attention. Soon after their reaching the bottom of the set, Catherine perceived herself to be earnestly regarded by a gentleman who stood among the lookers-on, immediately behind her partner. He was a very handsome man, of a commanding aspect, past the bloom but not past the vigour of life, and with his eye still directed towards her, she saw him presently addressed by Mr. Tilney in a familiar whisper. Confused by this notice, but blushing from the fear of its being excited by something wrong in her appearance, she turned away her head. But while she did so, the gentleman retreated, and her partner, coming nearer, said, "I see that you guess what I have just been asked. That gentleman knows your name, and you have a right to know his. It is General Tilney, my father." Catherine's answer was only, "Oh," but it was an "oh" expressing everything needful, attention to his words, and perfect reliance on their truth. With a real interest and a strong admiration did her eye now follow the General as he moved through the crowd, and "how handsome a family they are," was her secret remark. In chatting with Miss Tilney before the evening concluded, a new source of felicity arose to her. She had never taken a country walk since her arrival in Bath. Miss Tilney, to whom all the commonly frequented environs were familiar, spoke of them in terms which made her all eagerness to know them too, and on her openly fearing that she might find nobody to go with her, it was proposed by the brother and sister that they should join her in a walk some morning or other. "I shall like it," she cried, "beyond anything in the world, and do not let us put it off. Let us go tomorrow." This was readily agreed to, with only a proviso of Miss Tilney's that it did not rain, which Catherine was sure it would not. At 12 o'clock they were to call for her in Pulteney Street, and remember, 12 o'clock was her parting speech to her new friend. Of her other, her older, more established friend, Isabella, of whose fidelity and worth she had enjoyed a fortnight's experience, she scarcely saw anything during the evening. Yet, though longing to make her acquainted with her happiness, she cheerfully submitted to the wish of Mr. Allen, which took them rather early away, and her spirits danced within her as she danced in her chair all the way home. Chapter 11. The morrow brought a very sober-looking morning, the sun making only a few efforts to appear, and Catherine augured from it everything most favourable to her wishes. A bright morning so early in the year, she allowed, would generally turn to rain, but a cloudy one foretold improvement as the day advanced. She applied to Mr. Allen for confirmation of her hopes, but Mr. Allen, not having his own skies and barometers about him, declined giving any absolute promise of sunshine. She applied to Mrs. Allen, and Mrs. Allen's opinion was more positive. She had no doubt in the world of it being a very fine day, if the clouds would only go off and the sun keep out. At about 11 o'clock, however, a few specks of small rain upon the windows caught Catherine's watchful eye, and, "Oh dear, I do believe it will be wet," broke from her in a most desponding tone. "I thought how it would be," said Mrs. Allen. "No walk for me to-day," sighed Catherine, "but perhaps it may come to nothing, or it may hold up before 12. "Perhaps it may, but then, my dear, it will be so dirty." "Oh, that will not signify. I never mind dirt." "No," replied her friend very placidly, "I know you never mind dirt." After a short pause, "It comes on faster and faster," said Catherine, as she stood watching at the window. "So it does indeed. If it keeps raining, the streets will be very wet. There are 4 umbrellas up already. How I hate the sight of an umbrella. They are disagreeable things to carry. I would much rather take a chair at any time. It was such a nice-looking morning. I felt so convinced it would be dry. Anybody would have thought so, indeed. There will be very few people in the pump-room if it rains all the morning. I hope Mr. Allen will put on his greatcoat when he goes, but I dare say he will not, for he had rather do anything in the world than walk out in a greatcoat. I wonder he should dislike it. It must be so comfortable." The rain continued, fast though not heavy. Catherine went every 5 minutes to the clock, threatening on each return that if it still kept raining another 5 minutes, she would give up the matter as hopeless. The clock struck 12, and still it rained. "You will not be able to go, my dear." "I do not quite despair yet. I shall not give up till 12:15. This is just the time of day for it to clear up, and I do think it looks a little lighter. There, it is 20 minutes after 12, and now I shall give it up entirely. Oh, that we had such weather here as they had at Udolpho, or at least in Tuscany in the south of France, the night that poor St. Alban died. Such beautiful weather. At 12:30, when Catherine's anxious attention to the weather was over, and she could no longer claim any merit from its amendment, the sky began voluntarily to clear. A gleam of sunshine took her quite by surprise. She looked round, the clouds were parting, and she instantly returned to the window to watch over and encourage the happy appearance. 10 minutes more made it certain that a bright afternoon would succeed, and justified the opinion of Mrs. Allen, who had always thought it would clear up. But whether Catherine might still expect her friends, whether there had not been too much rain for Miss Tilney to venture, must yet be the question. It was too dirty for Mrs. Allen to accompany her husband to the pump room. He accordingly set off by himself, and Catherine had barely watched him down the street when her notice was claimed by the approach of the same 2 open carriages containing the same 3 people that had surprised her so much a few mornings back. "Isabella, my brother, and Mr. Thorpe, I declare. They're coming for me, perhaps, but I shall not go. I cannot go indeed, for you know Miss Tilney may still call." Mrs. Allen agreed to it. John Thorpe was soon with them, and his voice was with them yet sooner, for on the stairs he was calling out to Miss Morland to be quick. Make haste, as he threw open the door. "Put on your hat this moment. There's no time to be lost. We're going to Bristol. How do you do, Mrs. Allen?" "To Bristol? Is that not a great way off? But however, I cannot go with you today because I'm engaged. I expect some friends every moment." This was, of course, vehemently talked down as no reason at all. Mrs. Allen was called on to second him, and the 2 others walked in to give their assistance. "My sweetest Catherine, is this not delightful? We shall have the most heavenly drive. You are to thank your brother and me for the scheme. It darted into our heads at breakfast time, I verily believe at the same instant, and we should have been off 2 hours ago if it had not been for this detestable rain. But it does not signify. The nights are moonlight, and we shall do delightfully. Oh, I am in such ecstasies at the thought of a little country air and quiet. So much better than going to the lower rooms. We shall drive directly to Clifton and dine there, and as soon as dinner is over, if there's time for it, go on to King's Weston." "I doubt our being able to do so much," said Morland. "You croaking fellow," cried Thorpe. "We shall be able to do 10 times more. King's Weston, and Blaise Castle too, and anything else we hear of. But here is your sister says she will not go." "Blaise Castle," said Catherine. "What is that?" "The finest place in England, worth going 50 miles at any time to see." "What, is it really a castle? An old castle?" "The oldest in the kingdom." "But is it like what one reads of?" "Exactly, the very same." "But now really, are there towers and long galleries?" "By dozens." "Then I should like to see it. But I cannot go." "Not go, my beloved creature? What do you mean?" "I cannot go because," looking down as she spoke, fearful of Isabella's smile, "I expect Miss Tilney and her brother to call on me to take a country walk. They promised to come at 12, only it rained. But now, as it is so fine, I dare say they will be here soon." "Not they, indeed," cried Thorpe, "for as we turned into Broad Street, I saw them. Does he not drive a phaeton with bright chestnuts?" "I do not know, indeed." "Yes, I know he does. I saw him. You're talking of the man you danced with last night, are you not?" "Yes." "Well, I saw him at that moment turn up Lansdowne Road, driving a smart-looking girl." "Did you indeed?" "Did, upon my soul. Knew him again directly, and he seemed to have got some very pretty cattle too." "It's very odd, but I suppose they thought it would be too dirty for a walk." "And well they might, for I never saw so much dirt in my life. Walk? You could no more walk than you could fly. It has not been so dirty the whole winter. It's ankle-deep everywhere." Isabella corroborated it. "My dearest Catherine, you cannot form an idea of the dirt. Come, you must go. You cannot refuse going now." "I should like to go and see the castle, but may we go all over it? May we go up every staircase and into every suite of rooms?" "Yes, every hole and corner." "But then if they should only be gone for an hour till it's drier and cool by and by?" "Make yourself easy. There's no danger of that, for I heard Tilney hallooing to a man who was just passing by on horseback that they were going as far as Wick Rocks." "Then I will. "Shall I go, Mrs. Allen?" "Just as you please, my dear." "Mrs. Allen, you must persuade her to go," was the general cry. Mrs. Allen was not inattentive to it. "Well, my dear," said she, "suppose you go." And in 2 minutes they were off. Catherine's feelings, as she got into the carriage, were in a very unsettled state, divided between regret for the loss of one great pleasure and in the hope of soon enjoying another, almost its equal in degree, however unlike in kind. She could not think the Tilneys had acted quite well by her in so readily giving up their engagement without sending her any message of excuse. It was now but an hour later than the time fixed on for the beginning of their walk, and in spite of what she had heard of the prodigious accumulation of dirt in the course of that hour, she could not, from her own observations, help thinking that they might have gone on with very little inconvenience. To feel herself slighted by them was very painful. On the other hand, the delight of exploring an edifice like Udolpho, as her fancy represented Blaise Castle to be, was such a counterpoise of good as might console her for almost anything. They passed briskly down Pulteney Street and through Laura Place without the exchange of many words. Thorpe talked to his horse, and she meditated by turns on broken promises and broken arches, phaetons and false hangings, Tilneys and trapdoors. As they entered Argyle Buildings, however, she was roused by this address from her companion. "Who is that girl who looked upon you so hard as we went by?" "Who? Where?" "On the right-hand pavement. She must be almost out of sight now." Catherine looked round and saw Miss Tilney leaning on her brother's arm, walking slowly down the street. She saw them both looking back at her. "Stop, stop, Mr. Thorpe!" she impatiently cried. "It is Miss Tilney, it is indeed. How could you tell me they were gone? Stop, stop, I will get out this minute and go to them." But to what purpose did she speak? Thorpe only lashed his horse into a brisker trot. The Tilneys, who had soon ceased to look after her, were in a moment out of sight round the corner of Laura Place, and in another moment she was herself whisked into Market Place. Still, however, and during the length of another street, she entreated him to stop. "Pray, pray stop, Mr. Thorpe. I cannot go on. I will not go on. I must go back to Miss Tilney." But Mr. Thorpe only laughed, smacked his whip, encouraged his horse, made odd noises and drove on. And Catherine, angry and vexed as she was, having no power of getting away, was obliged to give up the point and submit. Her reproaches, however, were not spared. "How could you deceive me so, Mr. Thorpe? How could you say that you saw them driving up the Lansdowne Road? I would not have had it happen for the world. They must think it so strange, so rude of me to go by them too without saying a word. You do not know how vexed I am. I shall have no pleasure at Clifton, nor in anything else. I had rather, 10 times rather, get out now and walk back to them. How could you say you saw them driving out in a phaeton?" Thorpe defended himself very stoutly, declared he had never seen two men so alike in his life, and would hardly give up the point of its having been Tilney himself. Their drive, even when this subject was over, was not likely to be very agreeable. Catherine's complacence was no longer what it had been in their former airing. She listened reluctantly, and her replies were short. Blaise Castle remained her only comfort. Towards that she still looked at intervals with pleasure, though rather than be disappointed of the promised walk, and especially rather than be thought ill by the Tilneys, she would willingly have given up all the happiness which his walls could supply, the happiness of a progress through a lofty suite of rooms, exhibiting the remains of magnificent furniture, though now for many years deserted, the happiness of being stopped in their way along narrow winding vaults by a low grated door, or even having their lamp, their only lamp, extinguished by a sudden gust of wind, of being left in total darkness. In the meanwhile they proceeded on their journey without any mischance, and were within view of the town of Keeshan, when a halloo from Morland, who was behind them, made his friend pull up, to know what was the matter. The others then came close enough for conversation, and Morland said, "We'd better go back, Thorpe. It's too late now to go on today. Your sister thinks so, well as I. We've been exactly an hour coming from Pulteney Street, very little more than 7 miles, and I suppose we have at least 8 more to go. It will never do. We set out a great deal too late. We'd much better put it off till another day and turn round." "It's all one to me," replied Thorpe rather angrily, and instantly turning his horse, they were on their way back to Bath. "If your brother had not got such a damn beast to drive," said he soon afterwards, "we might have done it very well. My horse would have trotted to Clifton within the hour if left to himself, and I have almost broken my arm pulling him into the cursed broken-winded jade's pace. Morland's a fool for not keeping a horse and gig of his own." "No, he's not," said Catherine warmly, "for I'm sure he could not afford it." "And why cannot he afford it?" "Because he has not money enough." "And whose fault is that?" "Nobody's that I know of." Thorpe then said something in the loud, incoherent way to which he had often recourse about its being a damn thing to be miserly, and that if people who rolled in money could not afford things, he did not know who could, which Catherine did not even endeavour to understand. Disappointed of what was to have been the consolation of her first disappointment, she was less and less disposed either to be agreeable herself or to find her companion so, and they returned to Pulteney Street without her speaking 20 words. As she entered the house, the footman told her that a gentleman and lady had called and inquired for her a few minutes after her setting off. That when he told them that she had gone out with Mr. Thorpe, the lady had asked whether any message had been left for her, and on his saying no, had felt for a card, but said she had none about her, and went away. Pondering over these heart-rending tidings, Catherine walked slowly upstairs. At the head of them she was met by Mr. Allen, who, on hearing the reason for their speedy return, said, "I'm glad your brother had so much sense. I'm glad you're come back. It was a strange, wild scheme." They all spent the evening together at Thorpe's. Catherine was disturbed and out of spirits, but Isabella seemed to find a pool of commerce in the fate of which she shared by private partnership with Morland, a very good equivalent for the quiet and country air of an inn at Clifton. Her satisfaction, too, at not being at the lower rooms was spoken more than once. "How I pity the poor creatures that are going there! How glad I am that I am not amongst them! I wonder whether it will be a full ball or not. They have not begun dancing yet. I would not be there for all the world. It is so delightful to have an evening now and then to oneself. I dare say it will not be a good ball. I know the Mitchells will not be there. I'm sure I pity everyone that is. But I dare say, Mr. Morland, you long to be at it, do you not? I'm sure you do. Well, pray, do not let anybody here be a restraint on you. I dare say we could very well do without you. But you men think yourselves of such consequence." Catherine could almost have accused Isabella of being wanting in tenderness towards herself and her sorrows, so very little did they appear to dwell on her mind. So inadequate was the comfort she offered. "Do not be so dull, my dearest creature," she whispered. "You would quite break my heart. It was amazingly shocking, to be sure, but the Tilneys were entirely to blame. Why were they not more punctual? It was dirty indeed, but what did that signify? I'm sure John and I should not have minded it. I never mind going through anything where a friend is concerned. That is my disposition, and John is just the same. He has an amazingly strong feelings. Good heaven, what a delightful hand you've got! Kings, I vow, I was never so happy in my life. I would 50 times rather you should have them than myself." And now I may dismiss my heroine to the sleepless couch, which is the true heroine's portion, to a pillow strewed with thorns and wet with tears. And lucky she may think herself if she get another good night's rest in the course of the next 3 months.
All righty then. So, poor Catherine got played like a cheap violin. That was sad. It was frustrating. Blah. Let's go back to when things were fun at the beginning of chapter 10, when she gets to dance with Tilney. And they have that goofy conversation about dancing as a social contract, as a marriage contract. Now, Tilney starts to kind of paraphrase and play with the marriage ceremony from the Book of Common Prayer. Catherine is actually more right than she knows. Or maybe she knows exactly how right she is. Divorce was pretty much impossible at this time. We know this from Jane Eyre, that divorce was simply not done. Not certainly from the woman's point of view. You were stuck. However, with a dance partner, it's pretty easy to switch after half an hour, after you've done your 2 sets, after you've danced your dances. You can rotate out to someone else, unless you have largely promised yourself to someone in advance of the dance. Like, tonight I will go and you will be my partner the whole night. That'd be a different situation. So you got to see Blaise Castle, or you didn't get to see Blaise Castle, but you got to see how they talked about Blaise Castle to Catherine, knowing full well that any chance to see an actual Gothic castle was going to be a huge draw for her, and probably not something that she could easily give up an opportunity to go to. So that was not very nice. But then Jane Austen does some beautiful writing where, as she's kind of daydreaming about what she's about to see, and probably wishing that she was with the Tilneys instead doing this, she's meditating, it says, by turns on broken promises and broken arches. So the Tilneys were supposed to come and didn't, and broken arches would be the Gothic arches she imagines she's going to see at this castle. Phaetons and false hangings. Phaetons, the carriage that Thorpe claimed to have seen Tilney driving, and false hangings, the kinds of things that you get at the Gothic castle. Of Tilneys, that's a giveaway, and trapdoors, the other thing that one might expect to see at a Gothic castle. It's just a lovely piece of writing, and it's a beautiful alliterative pairings, I think. I like that kind of writing, so I thought that was clever. There's also something else that Austen is doing. You know how she is constantly putting Catherine in a position during this entire story where she is thrust into situations where, were she a Gothic heroine, this is what would be happening to her. But instead, it's this mundane thing. One of the editors said, Catherine has to live through a mundane kidnapping by a mundane villain, and that would be Thorpe. So she is, in fact, kidnapped here. She is taken against her will out of town. Because it wasn't against her will to go to the castle. It was that had she actually known the circumstances, the true circumstances of the situation, she would never have broken her agreement with the Tilneys. And she would have waited for them and gone to see Blaise Castle perhaps on another day when they could have actually gotten there. Thorpe also says something very, very important to us to have heard at this point. Now, as you might imagine, it would be very expensive to own your own carriage and horses, especially if you were owning them here in Bath, not your home, but your home away from home, because you would have to pay for a place to store the carriage, a place to store the horses, the people who need to take care of the horses, all of the accoutrements that go along with having the horses in the carriage, and, feeding the animal. I mean, it's just a lot of money. So when Thorpe makes the comment that they would have, and he's of course wrong, that they would have been able to get to Blaise Castle had only her brother not hired a horse and carriage, meaning the horse was not in good enough shape to have gone at the speed that his fine steed could go at. Also untrue. Catherine said, no, it's not that weird that he doesn't have a horse. He couldn't afford it. And Thorpe's response is, and why cannot he afford it? She says, because he has not money enough. Thorpe's response is, and whose fault is that? Which is an interesting thing to come back with, and a particularly petulant thing to come back with, too. And Catherine is too polite, just too polite, to understand where Thorpe's going with this. It's nobody's fault that I know of. And then he said something about its being, and it's another D underlined, so it's a damn thing to be miserly, and that if people who rolled in money could not afford things, he didn't know who could, which Catherine couldn't even endeavor to understand. Well, no, of course she couldn't endeavor to understand it, because she knows that their family doesn't have money, not money to spend or roll in. Thorpe clearly doesn't know that. It's as though many assumptions have been made, both about Catherine and her brother and their family's fiscal situation. So important to file away for future reference. And those are our chapters for today. It may make you wonder, Heather, why did you call this episode Nothing Special? And I will tell you. During our year of pandemic, my younger son, the one who will be going to Ireland with us, he has taught himself guitar and to a certain extent piano and more or less audio mixing. And he has started writing, performing, and producing songs, his own songs. And I am linking out to 2 different places where you can find his songs, and we are going to play you out on one of them. He is all over the place with the style of music that he is attracted to playing, which I think is marvelous because he's not stuck in a rut. But he and his brother have come a long way since they were Doofus Del Fuego and Blockhead. Yeah, and I'm not going to say anything else. I am just hugely proud of my kid for being able to do what he's done. And the name of the song that we're going to play you out on is Nothing Special. Take care of yourself. Have a great one. Be well, wear a mask, take care of each other, and I'll talk to you next week. Here's Aiden. Bye.
Stuck together, rain and sunny weather. Playing in prisons, posed with sofa leather. I love you, bared your teeth. I saw your heart break underneath. Every day a struggle, every night was trouble. Broke my castles just to give me rubble. I never wondered why I'd leave your face empty inside. Nothing, I can see it all meant nothing but pain. Happiness wasn't an option. It may be for the better, cause all your stormy weather was just dead weight. And now I see your misery was really nothing special. Nothing special. Heart still beats and your lungs still breathe, but babe, it's nothing special. Nothing special. So now, eyes inside, swipe the both like eyes that made me hide. I left the bombs beneath my bed. I just packed my bags instead. Sorrow spoke to me with your wistful eyes, and we watched the things go. We were never gonna make it. We were always gonna break. Nothing. All you ever gave was friction. Your trust to break, even that was fiction. In love we played with shadows, and even that was shallow. Too much too late, yeah. Now I see your misery was really nothing special. Your heart still beats, your lungs still breathe, but there's just nothing special. I idolized you, memorized the demons in your head. I should've known my love was used and wasted. Summer turned to autumn, leaving you cold and dead. With every last mistake, one from the breaks. But I'm not crying alone anymore. Now I see your
Episode 552 of Jackets and Netting. Well, hello. How are you? I am well. It is early, and I'm impressed that my voice is working at all. This is great. So, I have so many things for you today. First, and most importantly, thank you, Cecilia, for writing back to me about netting, Netting. Here's what Cecilia has to share with us. Has anyone told you more about netting? I am familiar with the term and have a netted tablecloth that was my grandmother's. I don't think she made it, but I have no idea who did. I also have a copy of Weldon's Practical Needlework, and I'm knocking myself on the head that I didn't think of digging out my Weldons while I was trying to figure this out myself. So thank you, Cecilia, for having your brain plugged in when mine was not. She goes on to say, Weldon's has several patterns for various netting projects. My favorite is a potted meat frill. Yes, folks, you heard that right. Potted, M as in Mary, EAT, frill, FRILL. I am now going to have to go dig out my Weldons to see what this looks like. Then Cecilia says, most of these projects are smaller items, purses, doilies, a watch pocket, a baby's bonnet, a lady's scarf, a fichu, etc. But there is one for a shoulder cape. All of them are lacy. Some are more filled in than others. My tablecloth has areas that seem to be filled in and look woven, and other areas that are more open. Though I have tried to understand it by looking at my tablecloth and at the Weldon's book, I can't figure it out. It does seem to consist of tying knots at regular intervals by tying them around a bar or wood or piece of ivory called a mesh, which is very confusing, then slipping that bar out. This keeps all the squares in the net even in size. The meshes come in different widths so that you could change the size of the holes. And Cecilia also says, calling the wooden piece a mesh seems very confusing to me. I feel certain that the cloak Austen refers to must be something like the cape in her book. And she has attached several pictures for us, including 2 of her tablecloth. She goes on to say, I found this site and it's janeausten.co.uk, and on the blog there is an Aunt Ellen's netting instructions, which describes netting by using directions from A. Beaton's Book of Needlework. It sounds incredibly complicated. Maybe somebody else will know more about it than I do. So I went, of course, because rabbit holes, I went and followed Cecilia's link on the Jane Austen site, which is also in the show notes for today. Here's where Cecilia and I agree. Wow, does the Beaton's Book of Needlework make it sound complicated? Holy cow. The thing that I found interesting, though, was that by going into Cecilia's pictures from her own tablecloth, I was able to zoom in really, really close. And I've included this photograph as well, because I went through and I made the background of the photograph kind of dim, more transparent. And I went through and put circles at each one of the knots that I could find. And part of it starts to make sense. It looks like what you start with is, in effect, very large knotted Aida cloth, like you would use for cross stitching, except instead of it being several millimeters of gap in between the individual threads of Aida cloth, you have, say, a centimeter or more of space in between each one of the threads in the net. And so the netting, because it's so spread out, there's such huge gaps there. Those in Aida cloth, what would be woven threads, they can't just be woven. They would completely fall apart. There would be no tension there to hold them together. So instead, each one of those threads at a point where they cross becomes a knot. It looks like what I remember doing with macrame. And maybe I did it this way because I was a kid. I don't know if it was actually in the instructions. But I do remember having put like a spacer bar or a spacer something. Maybe it was just one of my blocks from when I was a kid. I don't know, but I had something, if it needed to be like, oh, no, I know how we did it. We had a pegboard. My mom had it'd be like the kind of board that we would use for blocking a shawl now, where you could use the T-pins and measure down 3 inches and put a T-pin in, and then you would tie your knot up against that pin. Which, okay, so now it all makes sense. Leanne, this is like the lace making with the pins, right? Into the pillows. Because the netting site at the janeausten.co.uk link does talk about netting makers using heavily weighted pillows on tabletops, not in their lap. So this all starts to make sense, because here's the final part of it. You have this very regular net that is like Aida cloth writ large and knotted at each point where a thread crosses another thread. It is not unlike a fisherman's net, and there are lots of websites out there that talk about how to make net like you would use to catch a fish, or make a French market bag, perhaps, or something like that. It looks like what then happens is you take this field, this ground, this base of simple netted fabric that gives you squares, or if you let it kind of go off on its own, it'll look a little bit more like diamonds. And then you add the magic. And what it looks like is that the thread in Cecilia's tablecloth that is forming the net is 2-ply. And it looks like the thread that is being used to make the design is a 1-ply. And you can see this best in the image that I transparencied a little bit of. I have one differently colored circle. So all of these circles are blue, and all of the blue circles are the little knots that I find that are very regularly spaced. The green circle is around what looks like a half hitch, going around a corner right where one of the knots is. And that half hitch and the ensuing pattern that is woven Celtic knot-like in and out and among the regular mesh field background, that half hitch is quite definitely a 1-ply. And it is quite definitely connected to all of the other like twisty, churny, Celtic-y looking. Like if you try and follow one thread, you can see it's going over, under, around, but it's all very swirly compared to the over, under of the woven portion that you see on the left. The reason why I'm calling it a woven portion is because in between the regularly spaced knot work, there are regular over, under woven threads as well. Those are creating the filled in portions that Cecilia was talking about, as opposed to kind of the lacy portions, which is where the 1-ply Celtic-y stuff is happening. The other thing that I thought was interesting was once I looked at the link on the Mrs. Beaton's page, which again is in the show notes for this episode. Once I looked there, it was very clear that this is the kind of work that we've seen, certainly in movies, but also if we're lucky enough to have seen it in real life. The little velvet reticule bags often had lacework around the outside. I am now fairly convinced that that wasn't lacework like you would wear. That was probably this lacy netting that had been created, because according to Beaton's, you can have flat netting and structured netting, and there are several different kinds. And it would all be determined on how you make that field, that background of simple knotted elements. So thank you, Cecilia, for doing the rabbit hole for me. That was great. And Cecilia is, in fact, who wrote to me before and whose email I lost. So thank you so much for your patience and forbearance. And I hope you really liked New Hope when you were here before. Long time ago. It's changed quite a bit, I am sure. If you get a chance to come back, please do. And let me know before you do. I also have 3 voicemails for you. So here we go with the voicemails from this last week. I'll catch you on the flip side.
Hi, my name's Sumiko, and I have been just catching up on Northanger Abbey, and I have to say that the Northanger Abbey movie that you've mentioned is one of my absolute favorites. I love the actor who plays Henry Tilney, and I just think that it just is a very lovely movie. I'm also calling because I just recently sent you a bunch of links to carriage information, and I didn't want you to just see that on Instagram with pictures. First, I found a picture of something that I thought, a gig is a two-wheeled cart, and there are two-wheeled carts today, so it's not like it's not that unusual. I think the difference between your average two-wheeled cart and a gig is that the gig is like lightweight and drawn by a fast horse. And apparently the difference between a gig and a curricle is that a curricle is for a team. And then you have like a phaeton, which is four wheels. So one of the ones I think probably the most useful is there's a tour on the Carriage Association of America's page, which has pictures of different types of carriages, and then you click on them and you can see what they are. And it has a picture of what they call the Stanhope gig, and you can see what it is. But unfortunately it's not, nobody's harnessed to it. You can't see it, what it looks like with the horses attached, the horse attached to it, since it's a single thing. Anyway, I'm really enjoying Northanger Abbey, which I have always loved just because it's the most outright comical of the main Jane Austen novels. I know that her Juvenilia is extremely funny, and given how old she was when she started this, she must have just come out from writing some of those ridiculous novels she wrote when she was young. Anyway, thank you so much. I really enjoy CraftLit, and I hope this information is useful.
Hello, Heather. Tara Worcester. I had started listening to today's episode of Northanger Abbey, and you mentioned bookbinding, and I squealed, and I waited to see who you've been watching, and I was overjoyed to know that I know someone who does bookbinding that you haven't found yet. Her name is Sealemon, Sealemon. She is on YouTube, and I think everywhere, honestly. And she does all sorts of primarily paper crafting. She has DIYs for bookbinding. She does reviews of bookbinding equipment, including one that has a guide for piercing the holes for sewing segments together and doing actual bookbinding. She has also been posting some chill videos where it's usually her editing art for her Teespring shop and with some chill lo-fi hip-hop or lo-fi jazz music over everything. It's actually really nice. I've been consuming her stuff for probably about 2 years now and have been really enjoying that. And I came across her thanks to Maccocine, Maccocine. I think, I'm not positive. She's also known as Mako. Again, on YouTube, I will link you to Maccocine because I'm not positive on how to spell her name. I cannot remember, and I'm driving, and my brain is pudding. But she just put out a watercolor book that is actually very good for beginners or intermediates or anybody. Her Art Journal Thursdays are very enjoyable as well. She'll walk you through an art journal prompt, and she'll do it with you on the screen. And it's actually very, very calming to listen to her speak in a German accent. Very, very good. Again, that's Sealemon and Maccocine, Macco, or Mako. I can't remember. Pudding brain. I hope you are having a very calm Good Friday, Heather. I hope you have a very lovely Ostara, and I hope you are doing so very well and that you have more than 2 brain cells to tear paper and splat gesso everywhere. Talk to you soon. Hello, Heather. Me again. I'm so sorry. Twice in one day. Oy to the vey. I need to start listening to the episode and then calling. You were talking about the little unpure-waisted jacket, like a bolero. That sounds a lot like a Spencer. is it similar to that? And if anyone wants to see what a Spencer looks like, it's the jackets, the little jackets worn in Hamilton on the women. If you want to see a Spencer being made by many a costumer on YouTube, Bernadette Banner has a video where she makes an all-black Spencer. And also, the pattern is being released in correlation with the entirety of the Broadway musical behind-the-scenes costume machine that is the Broadway costuming industry in New York in particular. There's this whole crazy coalition happening where the costuming companies are bonding together to try and make sure that the costume industry makes it through this crazy panini we're in, so that we still have a Broadway theater community and actual Broadway productions after all of this craziness is over. Again, that's Bernadette Banner making a Spencer following the Hamilton pattern. It's very good. She has a lot of information about the fundraising that's happening behind the pattern sales for the Spencer. And there's talk of more patterns being released, maybe. I have to go watch it again and double check. But that's Bernadette Banner making the Hamilton Spencer. It sounds a lot like the tiny bolero jacket you're talking about.
So thank you. Thank you for the information on the gigs. And I'm so glad that you like Northanger. Tara, I went and I found the YouTube links for Sea Lemon, and I think it's Macachino. I think she pronounces it Macachino. It looks like it's spelled Macachino, but it makes more sense if she's Mako anyway, I think it's Macachino because she makes stuff, right? Both of these are clearly awesome YouTube channels to get lost in. And I linked out specifically to a Sea Lemon how to make a cottagecore journal out of homemade paper. She does a marvelous job of adding links out from her notes underneath her YouTube videos. YouTube video notes are harder and harder to find these days. Always look for like a little drop-down arrow if you're viewing on a YouTube app. That'll drop basically the show notes down below what your viewing window is. If you're on a phone and you turn it portrait direction. On the website itself, it's usually easier to find the notes, but they never show you all of them. They show you like a teaser, and then you have to click show more. I think it says show more these days. Anyway, cottagecore, if you haven't discovered this, my 17-year-old has introduced me to this whole thing, because you may have heard of things like hardcore, C-O-R-E. Well, now there's cottagecore. There are many cores, C-O-R-Es. Cottagecore is the one that Aiden thought he would be safe introducing me to. And this is basically the how to make yourself feel like you are living in the midst of an old-fashioned English country garden. So he knew that I would be attracted to that. It's beautiful. And her video for making the journal is easy and straightforward, and as Aiden would have predicted, very calming and pleasant to watch. So thank you, Tara, for giving me another rabbit hole. That's just great. And please don't start finishing the episode before you call and leave a voicemail, because it's just fun. Your second voicemail on Bernadette Banner and the Spencer jacket. Yes, I agree. It does sound like a Spencerian, like a Spencer jacket. For some reason, in one of the annotated copies that I've got, they make a big deal about it being called a jackinette and being something separate. I too cannot tell exactly the difference. I am horrified that I couldn't bring the word Spencer to mind last week when I recorded, but I'm not all that surprised. It had been a while. The Bernadette Banner video that Tara mentions is excellent and fascinating, and it is really lovely to get to see kind of behind the scenes of Broadway costume shops and find out just how centralized the whole industry actually is. It's really actually cool. If you ever watched any of the Ham for Ham videos, HAM, and then the numeral 4, and then HAM, which was a Hamilton ticket for a Hamilton bill, because Hamilton's on the $10 bill, the $10 founding father without a father. So Ham for Ham was the hashtag for a whole mess load of videos that the original Broadway cast was putting out, honestly, as a way to drive their public relations campaign. And it was genius. Several of the things became really clear while they were making those. And that was that they are friends with all of the other people in all of the other Broadway shows. And the people who work at one theater know the people who work at the theater next door. And they share walls, they share space, they share streets, they share restaurants. And it's a big family thing, the whole Broadway gig, which is kind of lovely. And you really do get to see a chunk of that in the Bernadette Banner video, along with learning a whole lot about pattern making and specifically the Spencer jackets. Bernadette Banner did another video earlier on Hamilton costumes, just in general, and talked very specifically about how well made they are and some of the fancy schmancy bits that the costume designers put in that are absolutely historically accurate and that they really didn't need to do, but they're just that good. So that's also fun. Anything Bernadette Banner does, hoo-ha, just way great. So thanks you guys for sharing all of that with us. I super appreciate it. And now, chapters 12 and 13. Here's what you need to know. You guys already know that the pump room had the book, and the book had the names of the people who were in town, and those pages that have the names on them would be dated. What I think I mentioned in passing, but I really didn't spend a whole lot of time on, was that you wouldn't just write down your name when you arrived in town. You would write down your name and your residence while in town. Nowadays, that seems kind of horrifying. But back then, there was no other way to find anyone, especially because Bath had this hugely transient population of people who were visiting as tourists or as long-term tourists. The same way that if you were going to be renting a place at the beach in, say, the 50s, you could have your mail sent to you at the beach because you would be there, say, for a month. And so you would be in residence there. You might have even gone into the post office to let them know that you would be in residence at such and such house that you were hiring out for a month for the summer. These kinds of things happened back in the day. Some other little archaicisms. I just made that word up, I think. I'm going to run with it. You will hear a doorman say that the lady of the house was walked out. She had walked out. She had gone for a walk. She had left. It was a turn of phrase using the was past tense. There's a whole long explanation for it. I'm not going to go into it. It's just, she's already left, is what he's getting around to saying. Henry Tilney, our lovely Henry Tilney, who we haven't seen for too long. Henry Tilney is normally referred to as either Henry by his sister or Mr. Tilney. Suddenly, in chapter 12 today, you will hear him referred to as Mr. Henry Tilney. This is not a different person. Jane Austen has not suddenly become extraordinarily formal mid-book. Instead, it's that his father is present at that moment. And even though his father is General Tilney, there still needs to be a differentiation made because of age and rank and position and all of that stuff. So General Tilney is General Tilney. Mr. Henry Tilney is his son, Henry, who we know. You'll hear the word stout being applied to a gentleman. This is not a slight or a slanderous phrase. This is referring to him as being kind of hale and hearty and vigorous and strong. It is a compliment. It is not a negative being thrown about. The Bedford. The Bedford was a famous coffee house in London. And again, anytime we talk about London, it's you go up to town. That would be going into London. You go down to wherever else you are going that isn't London. And London is, when they talk about being in town, they're talking about being in London. But the Bedford was a very famous coffee house at the time, not a tea room. This is a coffee house, more male-focused, although I do not believe that women were kept out of the Bedford at this time. But it was often frequented by writers and artists, so it was kind of famous, and you'll hear it referred to with great gusto. If you had a touch of a game, it was like you would play a round or part of a round. We're going to get Rich as a Jew again in this chapter. Guess who says it? Time's up. You were right. He's just such a putz. You will hear a reference to being walked to her chair. This will be after having left the indoors of a place, and yet Catherine's being walked to her chair. That's her sedan chair. That's to go home in. If they were talking about being indoors, it would be walking her to her seat. Chapter 13, we get to see the Royal Crescent. This is the very famous part of Bath, the homes that we talked about before. We get to go back to the Royal Crescent in chapter 13 today. The normal pattern of going to call on someone, to pay a visit, to pay a call, would be you go to their door, you knock on their door or ring their bell, should they have one. You wait. The doorman opens the door. You introduce yourself to the doorman. If you are coming to call and Madam is not at home, you would leave your calling card with the doorman. And that way, when the lady of the house comes home, she would see all of the cards from all of the people who came to call while she was out. And then she would be able to pay visits back based on those cards. She'd be able to organize her day the next day by organizing the cards. It's actually really genius. I love that. But the big point here is that you would wait for the door to be opened. You would tell the doorman who you are, who you want to see, and then you would wait while the doorman goes inside to see if Madam is in. Madam has two choices at that point. Yes, I am in. Show the lady to my drawing room. Or no, I am not in. I am telling you right here from inside, I am not in. Please go tell her I am not in right now. You are still standing on the doorstep awaiting to be allowed entry. You do not push in with the doorman. Just saying. And certainly, once you are inside the house, you would have the doorman walk you to the footman or the butler, whoever was going to do the guiding, would guide you to the room into which you were being invited, and they would open that door for you. I'm making a big deal about this because none of this is going to happen. So now you know the should. Soon you will see the what happened was. The other piece of information to know about paying a visit is that the expected length of a first visit so the first time I come to visit you at your home, the expected length of my stay would be 15 minutes. At that 15-minute point, I would graciously thank you for allowing me to come visit. I would rise to go. And then you, the hostess, at that point, have two choices. You can rise and thank me for coming and call for the doorman, the footman, to come and show me out. Or you could say, oh, no, please don't go. If you do have longer to stay, please do. And we can get on with having a good time talking about sea lemon and macchiato. But 15 minutes, at the 15-minute point, somebody who has been even just barely trained in how to pay a call would know that it is time to stand and make your gracious thank yous and start to leave. And I think that is everything I need to tell you before we listen. So now we have chapters 12 and 13 of Northanger Abbey by Jane Austen, read for us by Mia Daguerre. Here we go.
Chapter 12. Mrs. Allen, said Catherine the next morning, will there be any harm in my calling on Miss Tilney today? I shall not be easy till I have explained everything. Go by all means, my dear, only put on a white gown. Miss Tilney always wears white. Catherine cheerfully complied, and, being properly equipped, was more impatient than ever to be at the pump-room, that she might inform herself of General Tilney's lodgings, for though she believed that they were in Milsom Street, she was not certain of the house, and Mrs. Allen's wavering convictions only made it more doubtful. To Milsom Street she was directed, and having made herself perfect in the number, hastened away with eager steps and a beating heart to pay her visit, explain her conduct, and be forgiven. Tripping lightly through the churchyard, and resolutely turning away her eyes that she might not be obliged to see her beloved Isabella and her dear family, who she had reason to believe were in a shop hard by, she reached the house without any impediment, looked at the number, knocked at the door, and inquired for Miss Tilney. The man believed Miss Tilney to be at home, but was not quite certain. Would she be pleased to send up her name? She gave her card. In a few minutes the servant returned, and with a look which did not quite confirm his words, said he had been mistaken, for that Miss Tilney had walked out. Catherine, with a blush of mortification, left the house. She left almost persuaded that Miss Tilney was at home, and too much offended to admit her, and as she retired down the street could not withhold one glance at the drawing-room windows in expectation of seeing her there. But no one appeared at them. At the bottom of the street, however, she looked back again, and then, not at the window, but issuing from the door, she saw Miss Tilney herself. She was followed by a gentleman who Catherine believed to be her father, and they turned up towards Edgar's Buildings. Catherine, in deep mortification, proceeded on her way. She could almost be angry herself at such angry incivility, but she checked the resentful sensation. She remembered her own ignorance. She knew not how such an offence as hers may be classed by the laws of worldly politeness, to what degree of unforgiveness it might with propriety lead, nor to what rigours of rudeness in return it might justly make her amenable. Dejected and humbled, she had even some thoughts of not going with the others to the theatre that night. But it must be confessed that they were not of long continuance, for she soon recollected, in the first place, that she was without any excuse for staying at home, and, in the second, that it was a play she wanted very much to see. To the theatre, accordingly, they all went. No Tilneys appeared to plague or please her. She feared that amongst the many perfections of the family a fondness for plays was not to be ranked, but perhaps it was because they were habituated to the finer performances of the London stage, which she knew, on Isabella's authority, rendered everything else of the kind quite horrid. She was not deceived in her own expectation of pleasure. The comedy so well suspended her care that no one observing her during the first 4 acts would have supposed she had any wretchedness about her. On the beginning of the 5th, however, the sudden view of Mr. Henry Tilney and his father joining a party in the opposite box recalled her to anxiety and distress. The stage could no longer excite genuine merriment, no longer keep her whole attention. Every other look, upon an average, was directed towards the opposite box, and for the space of 2 entire scenes did she thus watch Henry Tilney without being once able to catch his eye. No longer could he be suspected of indifference for a play. His notice was never withdrawn from the stage during 2 whole scenes. At length, however, he did look towards her, and he bowed, but such a bow! No smile, no continued observance attended it. His eyes were immediately returned to their former direction. Catherine was restlessly miserable. She could almost have run round to the box in which he sat and forced him to hear her explanation. Feelings rather natural than heroic possessed her. Instead of considering her own dignity injured by this ready condemnation, instead of proudly resolving in conscious innocence to show her resentment towards him who could harbour a doubt of it, to leave him all the trouble of seeking an explanation, and to enlighten him on the past only by avoiding his sight or flirting with somebody else, she took to herself all the shame of misconduct, or at least of its appearance, and was only eager for an opportunity of explaining its cause. The play concluded, the curtain fell. Henry Tilney was no longer to be seen where he had hitherto sat, but his father remained, and perhaps he might be now coming round to their box. She was right. In a few minutes he appeared, and making his way through the then thinning rows, spoke with a calm politeness to Mrs. Allen and her friend. Not with such calmness was he answered by the latter. "Oh, Mr. Tilney, I've been quite wild to speak to you and make my apologies. You must have thought me so rude, but indeed it was not my own fault, was it, Mrs. Allen? Did they not tell me that Mr. Tilney and his sister were gone out in a phaeton together, and then what could I do? But I had 10,000 times rather have been with you, now had I not, Mrs. Allen?" "My dear, you tumble my gown," was Mrs. Allen's reply. Her assurance, however, standing sole as it did, was not thrown away. It brought a more cordial, more natural smile to his countenance, and he replied in a tone which retained only a little affected reserve. "We were much obliged to you, at any rate, for wishing us a pleasant walk after our passing you in Argyle Street. You were so kind to look back on purpose." "But indeed I did not wish you a pleasant walk. I never thought of such a thing, but I begged Mr. Thorpe so earnestly to stop. I called out to him as soon as ever I saw you. Now, Mrs. Allen, did I not? Oh, you were not there, but indeed I did. And if Mr. Thorpe would only have stopped, I would have jumped out and run after you." Is there a Henry in the world who could be insensible to such a declaration? Henry Tilney, at least, was not. With a yet sweeter smile, he said everything that needed to be said, or his sister's concern, regret, and dependence on Catherine's honour. "Oh, do not say Miss Tilney was not angry," cried Catherine, "because I know she was, for she would not see me this morning when I called. I saw her walk out of the house the next minute after my leaving it. I was hurt, but I was not affronted. Perhaps you did not know that I'd been there." "I was not within at the time, but I heard of it from Eleanor. She has been wishing ever since to see you, to explain the reason of such incivility, but perhaps I can do it just as well. It was nothing more than that my father— they were just preparing to walk out, and he being hurried for time and not caring to have it put off, made a point of her being denied. That was all, I do assure you. She was very much vexed and meant to make her apology as soon as possible." Catherine's mind was greatly eased by this information, yet a something of solicitude remained, from which sprang the following question, thoroughly artless in itself, although rather distressing to the gentleman. "But, Mr. Tilney, why were you less generous than your sister? If she felt such confidence in my good intentions, and could suppose it to be only a mistake, why should you be so ready to take offence?" "Me? I take offence? Nay, I'm sure by your look when you came into the box you were angry." "I? Angry? I could have no right." "Well, nobody would have thought you had no right who saw your face." He replied by asking her to make room for him and talking of the play. He remained with them some time, and was only too agreeable for Catherine to be contented when he went away. Before they parted, however, it was agreed that the projected walk should be taken as soon as possible, and setting aside the misery of his quitting their box, she was, upon the whole, left one of the happiest creatures in the world. Whilst talking to each other, she had observed with some surprise that John Thorpe, who was never in the same part of the house for 10 minutes together, was engaged in conversation with General Tilney, and she felt something more than surprise when she thought she could perceive herself the object of their attention and discourse. What could they have to say of her? She feared General Tilney did not like her appearance. She found it was implied in his preventing her admittance to his daughter, rather than postpone his own walk for a few minutes. "How came Mr. John Thorpe to know your father?" was her anxious inquiry as she pointed them out to her companion. He knew nothing about it, but his father, like every military man, had a very large acquaintance. When the entertainment was over, Thorpe came to assist them in getting out. Catherine was the immediate object of his gallantry, and while they waited in the lobby for a chair, he prevented the inquiry which had travelled from her heart almost to the tip of her tongue, by asking in a consequential manner whether she had seen him talking with General Tilney. "He's a fine old fellow, upon my soul. Stout, active, looks as young as his son. I've a great regard for him, I assure you, a gentleman-like, good sort of fellow as ever lived." "But how came you to know him?" "Know him? There are a few people much about town that I do not know. I've met him forever at the Bedford, and I knew his face again today the moment he came into the billiard-room. One of the best players we have, by the by. And we had a little touch together, though I was almost afraid of him at first. The odds were 5-4 against me, and if I had not made one of the cleanest strokes that perhaps ever was made in the world, I took his ball exactly, but I could not make you understand without a table. However, I did beat him. A very fine fellow, as rich as a Jew. I should like to dine with him. I dare say he gives famous dinners. But what do you think we've been talking of? You! Yes, by heavens! And the General thinks you the finest girl in Bath." "Oh, nonsense! How can you say so?" "And what do you think I said?" lowering his voice. "Well done, General," said I. "I'm quite of your mind." Here Catherine, who was much less gratified by his admiration than by General Tilney's, was not sorry to be called away by Mr. Allen. Thorpe, however, would see her to her chair, and till she entered it continued the same kind of delicate flattery, in spite of her entreating him to have done. That General Tilney, instead of disliking, should admire her was very delightful, and she joyfully thought that there was not one of the family whom she need now fear to meet. The evening had done more, much more for her than could ever have been expected. Chapter 13. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday and Saturday have now passed in review before the reader. The events of each day, its hopes and fears, mortifications and pleasures, have been separately stated, and the pangs of Sunday only now remain to be described and close the week. The Clifton scheme had been deferred, not relinquished, and on the afternoon's crescent of this day it was brought forward again. In a private consultation between Isabella and James, the former of whom had particularly set her heart upon going, and the latter no less anxiously placed his upon pleasing her, it was agreed that, providing the weather were fair, the party should take place on the following morning, and they were to set off very early in order to be home in good time. The affair thus determined, and Thorpe's approbation secured, Catherine only remained to be apprised of it. She had left them for a few minutes to speak to Miss Tilney. In that interval the plan was completed, and as soon as she came again her agreement was demanded. But instead of the gay acquiescence expected by Isabella, Catherine looked grave, was very sorry, but could not go. The engagement, which ought to have kept her from joining in the former attempt, would make it impossible for her to accompany them now. She had that moment settled with Miss Tilney to take their promised walk tomorrow. It was quite determined, and she would not, upon any account, retract. But that she must and should retract was instantly the eager cry of both the Thorpes. They must go to Clifton tomorrow. They would not go without her. It would be nothing to put off a mere walk for one day longer, and they would not hear of her refusal. Catherine was distressed, but not subdued. "Do not urge me, Isabella. I am engaged to Miss Tilney. I cannot go." This availed nothing. The same arguments assailed her again. She must go, she should go, and they would not hear of a refusal. "It would be so easy to tell Miss Tilney that you had just been reminded of a prior engagement, and must only beg to put off the walk till Tuesday." "No, it would not be easy. I could not do it. There has been no prior engagement." But Isabella became only more and more urgent, calling on her in the most affectionate manner, addressing her by the most endearing names. She was sure her dearest, sweetest Catherine would not seriously refuse such a trifling request to a friend who loved her so dearly. She knew her beloved Catherine to have so feeling a heart, so sweet a temper, to be easily persuaded by those she loved. But all in vain. Catherine felt herself to be in the right, and though pained by such a tender, such flattering supplication, could not allow it to influence her. Isabella then tried another method. She reproached her with having more affection for Miss Tilney, though she had known her so little a while, than for her best and oldest friends, with being grown cold and indifferent, in short, towards herself. "I cannot help being jealous, Catherine, when I see myself slighted for strangers, I who loved you so excessively. When once my affections are placed, it is not in the power of anything to change them, but I believe my feelings are stronger than anybody's. I'm sure they're too strong for my own peace, and to see myself supplanted in your friendship by strangers does cut me to the quick, I own. These Tilneys seem to swallow up everything else." Catherine thought this reproach equally strange and unkind. Was it the part of a friend thus to expose her feelings to the notice of others? Isabella appeared to her ungenerous and selfish, regardless of everything but her own gratification. These painful ideas crossed her mind, though she said nothing. Isabella, in the meanwhile, had applied her handkerchief to her eyes, and Morland, miserable at such a sight, could not help saying, "Nay, Catherine, I think you cannot stand out any longer now. The sacrifice is not much, and to oblige such a friend, I shall think you quite unkind if you still refuse." This was the first time of her brother's openly siding against her, and anxious to avoid his displeasure, she proposed a compromise. If they would only put off their scheme till Tuesday, which they might easily do, as it depended only on themselves, she could go with them, and everybody might be satisfied. But no, 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 was the immediate answer, for that could not be, for Thorpe did not know that he might not go to town on Tuesday. Catherine was sorry, but could do no more, and in short, silence ensued, which was broken by Isabella, who in a voice of cold resentment said, "Very well, then, There is an end to the party. If Catherine does not go, I cannot be the only woman. I would not upon any account in the world do so improper a thing.
Catherine, you must go,
said James. But why cannot Mr. Thorpe drive one of his other sisters? I dare say either of them would like to go.
Thank ye, cried Thorpe. But I did not come to Bath to drive my sisters about and look like a fool. No, if you do not go, damn me if I do. I only go for the sake of driving you.
That is a compliment which gives me no pleasure. But her words were lost on Thorpe, who had turned abruptly away. The three others still continued together, talking in a most uncomfortable manner to poor Catherine. Sometimes not a word was said. Sometimes she was again attacked with supplications or reproaches, and her arm was still linked within Isabella's, though their hearts were at war. At one moment she was softened, at another irritated, always distressed but always steady.
I did not think you had been so obstinate, Catherine, said James. You were not used to being so hard to persuade. You were once the kindest, best-tempered of my sisters.
I hope I am not less so now, she replied very feelingly. But indeed I cannot go. If I am wrong, I am doing what I believe to be right.
I suspect, said Isabella in a low voice, there is no great struggle.
Catherine's heart swelled. She drew away her arm, and Isabella made no opposition. Thus passed a long 10 minutes, till they were again joined by Thorpe, who, coming to them with a gayer look, said,
Well, I've settled the matter, and now we may all go to-morrow with a safe conscience. I've been to Miss Tilney and made your excuses.
You have not, cried Catherine.
I have, upon my soul. Left her this moment. Told her you'd sent me to say that, having just recollected a prior engagement of going to Clifton with us to-morrow, you could not have the pleasure of walking with her till Tuesday. She said very well Tuesday was just as convenient to her, so there is an end of all our difficulties. A pretty good thought of mine, hey?
Isabella's countenance was once more all smiles and good humour, and James too looked happy again.
A most heavenly thought indeed. Now, my sweet Catherine, all our distresses are over. You were honourably acquitted, and we shall have the most delightful party.
This will not do, said Catherine.
I cannot submit to this. I must run after Miss Tilney directly to set her right.
Isabella, however, caught hold of one hand, Thorpe of the other, and remonstrances poured in from all three. Even James was quite angry. When everything was settled, when Miss Tilney herself said that Tuesday would suit her as well, it was quite ridiculous, quite absurd to make any further objection.
I do not care. Mr. Thorpe had no business to invent such a message. If I had thought it right to put it off, I could have spoken to Miss Tilney myself. This is only doing it in a ruder way. And how do I know that Mr. Thorpe has? He may be mistaken again, perhaps. He led me into one act of rudeness by his mistake on Friday. Let me go, Mr. Thorpe. Isabella, do not hold me.
Thorpe told her it would be in vain to go after the Tilneys. They were turning into the corner of Brook Street when he had overtaken them, and were at home by this time.
Then I will go after them, said Catherine. Wherever they are, I will go after them. It does not signify talking. If I could not be persuaded into doing what I thought was wrong, I will never be tricked into it. And with these words she broke away and hurried off. Thorpe would have darted after her, but Morland withheld him. Let her go, if she will. She is as obstinate as— Morland never finished the simile, for it could hardly have been a proper one. Away walked Catherine in great agitation, as fast as the crowd would permit her, fearful of being pursued, yet determined to persevere. As she walked, she reflected on what had passed. It was painful for her to disappoint and displease them, particularly to displease her brother, but she could not repent her resistance. Setting her own inclination apart, to have failed a second time in her engagement to Miss Tilney, to have retracted a promise voluntarily made only 5 minutes before, and on false pretence too, must have been wrong. She had not been withstanding them on selfish principles alone. She had not consulted merely her own gratification. That might have been ensured, in some degree, by the excursion itself, by seeing Blaise Castle. No, she had attended to what was due to others, and to her own character in their opinion. Her conviction of being right, however, was not enough to restore her composure. Till she had spoken to Miss Tilney, she could not be at ease, and quickening her pace when she got clear of the crescent, she almost ran over the remaining ground till she gained the top of Milson Street. So rapid had been her movements that, in spite of the Tilneys' advantage in the outset, they were but just turning into their lodgings as she came within view of them.
and the servant still remaining at the open door, she used only the ceremony of saying that she must speak with Miss Tilney at that moment, and hurrying by him, proceeded upstairs. Then, opening the first door before her, which happened to be the right, she immediately found herself in the drawing-room with General Tilney, his son and daughter. Her explanation, defective only in being, from her irritation of nerves and shortness of breath, no explanation at all, was instantly given.
"I am come in a great hurry. It was all a mistake. I never promised to go. I told them from the first I could not go. I ran away in a great hurry to explain it. I did not care what you thought of me. I would not stay for the servant."
The business, however, though not perfectly elucidated by this speech, soon ceased to be a puzzle. Catherine found that John Thorpe had given the message, and Miss Tilney had no scruples in owning herself greatly surprised by it. But whether her brother had still exceeded her in resentment, Catherine, though she instinctively addressed herself as much to one as the other in her vindication, had no means of knowing. Whatever might have been felt before her arrival, her eager declarations immediately made every look and sentence as friendly as she could desire. The affair thus happily settled, she was introduced by Miss Tilney to her father, and received by him with such ready, such solicitous politeness, as recalled Thorpe's information to her mind, and made her think with pleasure that he might be sometimes depended on. To such anxious attention was the general civility carried, that, not aware of her extraordinary swiftness in entering the house, he was quite angry with the servant whose neglect had reduced her to open the door of the apartment herself. What did William mean by it? He should make a point of inquiring into the matter. And if Catherine had not most warmly asserted his innocence, it seemed likely that William would lose the favour of his master for ever, if not his place, by her rapidity. After sitting with them a quarter of an hour, she rose to take leave, and then was most agreeably surprised by General Tilney's asking her if she would do his daughter the honour of dining and spending the rest of the day with her. Miss Tilney added her own wishes. Catherine was greatly obliged, but it was quite out of her power. Mr. and Mrs. Allen would expect her back every moment. The General declared that he could say no more. The claims of Mr. and Mrs. Allen were not to be superseded, but on some other day, he trusted, when longer notice could be given, they would not refuse to spare her to her friend. Oh, no! Catherine was sure they would not have the least objection. She should have great pleasure in coming. The General attended her himself to the street door, saying everything gallant as they went down the stairs, admiring the elasticity of her walk, which corresponded exactly with the spirit of her dancing, and making her one of the most graceful bows she had ever beheld when they parted. Catherine, delighted by all that had passed, proceeded gaily to Pulteney Street, walking, as she concluded, with great elasticity, though she had never thought of it before. She reached home without seeing anything more of the offended party, and now that she had been triumphant throughout, had carried her point, and was secure of her walk, she began, as the flutter of her spirits subsided, to doubt whether she had been perfectly right. A sacrifice was always noble, and if she had given way to their entreaties, she should have been spared the distressing idea of a friend displeased, a brother angry, and a scheme of great happiness to both destroyed, perhaps through her means. To ease her mind, and ascertain by the opinions of an unprejudiced person her own conduct had really been, she took occasion to mention it before Mr. Allen, the half-settled scheme of her brother, and the Thorpes for the following day. Mr. Allen caught at it directly. "Well," said he, "and do you think of going too?" "No, I had just engaged myself to walk with Miss Tilney before they told me of it, and therefore, you know, I could not go with them, could I?" "No, certainly not, and I'm glad you do not think of it. Those schemes are not at all the thing, young men and women driving about the country in open carriages. Now and then it's all very well, but going to inns and public places together, it is not right. I wonder Mrs. Thorpe should allow it. I'm glad you do not think of going. I'm sure Mrs. Morland would not be pleased. Mrs. Allen, are you not of my way of thinking? Do you not think of these kinds of projects objectionable?" "Yes, very much so indeed. Open carriages are nasty things. A clean gown is not 5 minutes' wear in them. You are splashed getting in and out, and the wind takes your hair and your bonnet in every direction. I hate an open carriage myself." "I know you do, but that is not the question. Do you not think it has an odd appearance if young ladies are frequently driven about in them by young men to whom they are not even related?"
Yes, my dear, a very odd appearance indeed. I cannot bear to see it. Dear madam, cried Catherine, then why did you not tell me so before? I'm sure if I'd known it to be improper, I would not have gone with Mr. Thorpe at all. But I always hoped you would tell me if you thought I was doing wrong. And so I should, my dear, you may depend on it, for as I told Mrs. Morland at parting, I would always do the best for you in my power. But one must not be over particular. Young people will be young people, as your good mother says herself. You know I wanted you when we first came not to buy that sprigged muslin, but you would. Young people do not like to be always thwarted. But this was something of real consequence, and I do not think you would have found me hard to persuade. As far as it has gone hitherto, there's no harm done, said Mr. Allen, and I would only advise you, my dear, not to go out with Mr. Thorpe any more. That is just what I was going to say, added his wife. Catherine, relieved for herself, felt uneasy for Isabella, and after a moment's thought asked Mr. Allen whether it would not be proper and kind in her to write to Miss Thorpe and explain the indecorum of which she must be as insensible as herself, for she considered that Isabella might otherwise perhaps be going to Clifton the next day, in spite of what had passed. Mr. Allen, however, discouraged her from doing any such thing. You'd better leave her alone, my dear. She's old enough to know what she's about, and if not, has a mother to advise her. Mrs. Thorpe is too indulgent, beyond a doubt. But, however, you'd better not interfere. She and your brother choose to go, and you will be only getting ill will. Catherine submitted, and though sorry to think that Isabella should be doing wrong, felt greatly relieved by Mr. Allen's approbation of her own conduct, and truly rejoiced to have been preserved by his advice from the danger of falling into such an error herself. Her escape from being one of the party to Clifton was now an escape indeed, for what would the Tilneys have thought of her if she had broken her promise to them in order to do what was wrong in itself, if she had been guilty of one breach of propriety, only to enable her to be guilty of another?
Alrighty then. Our little heroine, Catherine, who is, and we continue to have Jane Austen point this out to us, and she will continue to do this through pretty much all of the book. Catherine is not behaving the way a normal heroine would behave. And thank goodness. I like her all the more for it. Let's go back to the beginning of chapter 12, though. Mrs. Allen makes a point about wearing white muslin. And we've talked about white dresses being really a status symbol, a sign of wealth in other eras before. Something interesting was pointed out in one of the annotations in today's chapter, and that is that we see all of the neoclassical influences on the costumes, the dresses, the fashion of the day. We can see how they're trying to look like they're sculpted in marble. And marble, of course, being white, the dresses were white. They didn't know at the time that everything in at least Rome had been painted, and probably pretty garishly. And a lot of the statues that are nudes that we go see, they're in there all together, actually probably had clothing placed on them, different colored clothing placed on them when they were, in use in daily life in Rome. That said, they didn't know that, so everything kind of veers towards the white. White is the best color. This was also made possible because of muslin. Muslin was a lot easier to A, make white, and B, keep white. It was easier to wash muslin than it was to wash silk. This is not a surprise. I mean, it's still a to-do, and any of us who have watched, 1800 House, Manor House, all of that stuff, we know how hard the washing was and how hard it was on your hands with the lye soap and all of that, not to mention just water. It's still a status symbol, no matter what. There's just more white around than there is in any other period up until the modern era where we can wash our whites pretty easily. So it's still a status symbol. It's still a sign of wealth, but there are more white dresses out and about and available to people who aren't extraordinarily wealthy. Here's another thing. Isabella disses the theater in Bath. Well, that was kind of dumb, because much like the Croton-on-Hudson Opera House that I know I mentioned back almost 15 years ago, and the Bucks County Theater Playhouse, which is here where we are living now. It's interesting that we seem to go theater town to theater town in the long run. Bucks County Theater, Croton Opera House both had the great good fortune of being close enough to New York City to attract Broadway actors and directors. So we still do get Broadway stars showing up in theater here at Bucks County. We also get directors from New York City, from Broadway, down here as well. Bath Theater was no different. And because it was such a popular tourist town the entire year round, whereas London really had its seasons and therefore it had a theatrical season as well, the theater in Bath went year round, giving the London actors, actresses, and directors a place to go and keep working during the off season. As a consequence, Bath Theater was really quite good. And Isabella's just being a snotty snob. So there's that. There's also, if you wondered why the Tilneys showed up when they did, it's because the theater, kind of like a music hall, would have a scene and then a song and then a ballet and then another song and then another scene. Those were much shorter pieces. This is a 5-act play, which is normal. It would be followed by another play in repertory with, like in rotation with each other. So they didn't just come for Act 5 and waste a bunch of money. They came at the end of Act 5 because they wanted to see the next show. So there's an interval in between the shows, not just in between the acts. When Catherine says, "Oh, but I didn't wish you anything. If I had been able to, though, I would have jumped out of the carriage and run after you." Well, no young lady should confess to wanting to have or wishing that she had been able to do something like that. That is quite a statement from young Catherine. It does do a marvelous job of elucidating for us just how vigorous she is, having grown up in the country, that she's capable of just thinking that she could leap out of a carriage. It would have been very dangerous had it been moving for her to jump out. It's still a moving vehicle. It may not be a car. It's still going faster than we walk or run. But it's a beautiful tribute to her honesty and her upfrontedness with Henry Tilney, that she's willing to spill the beans on that whole thing. She is not coy. She does not play games. And the longer that these 2 chapters went on, the more clear the difference has become. I mean, we knew it was there, but the clearer the difference, the enormous gulf between Catherine and Isabella is when it comes to things like this. At the end of chapter 12, when Austen is telling us that Thorpe followed Catherine out to her chair, to her sedan chair, and he kept up the delicate flattery, that was a joke. We all know that there is nothing delicate about Thorpe, nor is there anything delicate in his flattery at all. He is a big doof, and he wouldn't know delicate if he stepped on it and crushed it, which is the only thing I can imagine him doing. It is interesting in chapter 13 that the statement is made that it would be questionable to go out as 2 guys and a girl, even if one guy is the girl's brother. The third guy isn't, and that would be questionable. So Isabella's whole, "I can't go out without a chaperone, so you have to be there too," is kind of edgy. And if you were wondering about this before, you were right to wonder about this before. I didn't want to say anything until we had the talk with Mr. Allen. Really, there needs to be an adult female going along for the ride for this to be kosher, for these 2 couples to be going out together. Because it's 2 couples, 2 carriages. I mean, anything could happen in an open carriage. That would be horrifying. But certainly the thinking of the day was anything could happen if there's no adult there. Although honestly, if Mrs. Allen was there, she would be doing nothing but paying attention to the girls' dresses anyway. She wouldn't be paying any attention to what the girls inside the dresses were doing. So it wouldn't matter much if it was Mrs. Allen. But yes, you were right to pick up on the fact that it is questionable what Catherine has already done. And Catherine is now more aware of that as well. And did you not just love Catherine all the more when, after Thorpe's enormous breach of etiquette and just general good naturedness, goes off and lies for her. Did you not love her? Well, heck with y'all, then I'm going to go fix this. And she does. She just runs off, beats it out of Dodge, goes to the Tilneys, finds the Tilneys, and and mows down the poor doorman and just runs into the place, opens the door herself, and gets in there. Now, evidently, Thorpe is right that he must have talked to General Tilney. So I guess he wasn't lying about that. And that Tilney likes her because he's not offended by any of this. Of course, he doesn't know that she blew past the doorman. She just knows that she, for one reason or another, opened the door herself, which is also a breach of etiquette. But he's going to blame his servant, not her. She knows better and covers for the servant and makes sure that it's okay. She doesn't want to have any other bad, wrong things happen because of her or on her behalf. But I just loved, like, wow, spine, because she has already been embarrassed by bad behavior once. She's learned from it. She was chagrined. She's chastened. She felt horrible. And now when she's confronted with a similar situation, Blaze Castle be damned, she is going to go make things right. And she does. And I think that's a lovely place to stop for this week. Ah, yay. I did manage to get my first vaccination. I got Pfizer. My arm was sore for a good 36 hours. I'm fine now. I had to go to New Jersey to get it. So thank you, New Jersey, because Pennsylvania apparently Wednesday got its butt in gear. There are certainly some counties in Pennsylvania where people are not getting vaccinated as much as they are elsewhere. And so evidently you can drive 2 hours in Pennsylvania each way to go get a vaccine not too far from Lancaster County. I decided to drive 45 minutes to Moorestown, New Jersey, to a mega site. I'm not joking. Brilliantly run by the state of New Jersey and the New Jersey National Guard. So loud shout outs to New Jersey. And in particular, the fabulous National Guardsmen and women who were running the whole thing. Also, got to tell you, for what has to be a really drudgy kind of job, just sitting in a chair for 8 hours a day or more and putting shots in arms, the nurse who I had, the tiny, diminutive, very sweet-faced nurse who I sat down next to at the station number 8, she was spectacular. She asked me all the questions, very businesslike, got through all that stuff, said, okay, you want it in this arm? Yes. Okay, here. Wiped it down with alcohol, stabbed me. I didn't feel it go in. I felt the liquid going in because, you do. It's something foreign being injected into the middle of your muscle. You're going to kind of feel the pressure, but it didn't sting. It didn't hurt. I've had flu shots that were much harder to live through than this. Boom. They have you walk to the observation area. They are using the MyChart app, which is genius because as soon as I sat down in my chair, my phone pinged and I looked down and it was the MyChart app saying, hey, you got your first vaccination. Make your appointment now for your second shot. And so you sit there in the chair while you're waiting 15 minutes to make sure your arm doesn't blow up. And on my phone, I made my appointment for my second vaccination. They come by 15 minutes later. Everybody's given a little slip of paper with the time on it. So 9:01, I was supposed to be free to go as long as my arm was fine. They were walking around. They had us all arranged by time. So they'd walk around and say, what time is on your slip? Showed him 9:01. He looked at his watch and he said, have you made your second appointment? I said, yes. And he said, fantastic. You're ready to go. There's the exit. Bada bing, bada boom. So amazed and thrilled to be able to say such positive things about our next door neighbor state, New Jersey. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I hope Pennsylvania can figure out how to be you when it grows up. All right. You guys take care of yourselves. I hope you are all able to get vaccines soon. The mRNA vaccines are really genius. If you haven't gone to learn how they work, please do. There are videos everywhere, but this messenger RNA stuff is fascinating. You are not not being injected with virus, dead or alive. So you don't have to worry about that. It's not like other vaccines where they have to take an inactive form of the virus to inoculate you. They don't. So it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's way better than getting COVID and even if you go through what my dad went through and have 24 hours of COVID-like misery, it is still better than risking long COVID, a never-ending headache, or never getting your sense of taste or smell back, at least not for months and months and months. So there are some people I know who they got sick in April last year and they still can't taste or smell. That is not good. So even if you don't get hospitalized, this disease is weird and creepy. Please, please, please wear a mask. Even when I'm fully vaccinated, I will be wearing my masks. I don't want to accidentally be a carrier, an asymptomatic carrier, and accidentally get somebody sick who hasn't gotten a vaccine yet. I would not be able to live with myself if I did that. So take care of yourselves, wear a mask, get a vaccine as soon as it is possible for you to do so. Be well. Episode 553. Face quilt. Well, hello. How are you? I am well. I am here to tell you that there is a very, very talented young man in Thing 2's AP art class, and we are putting the picture of his face quilt onto the show notes. Oh my good grief. I couldn't believe it. Aiden sent me this picture earlier this week and said, look what one of the guys in my class did. It's gorgeous. It's a face quilt, and it actually looks like him. So that will be on the show notes. What else? Maya Daguerre has figured out the tip jar situation. So there will be a new link that you can access to make sure that you can send your love in a supportive kind of way to Maya. Voicemail 206-350-1642. You can leave a message for CraftLit that I can play for everyone should you want to. Again, 206-350-1642. And today we have a couple of voicemails from Tara. Here we go.
Hello, Heather. It is I, Tara Worcester, yet again. The wind is crazy here in Middle Tennessee, such so that it has blown the power out in my neighborhood. There's 18 blocks of us who are just no power. And I am eternally grateful for cellular data and CraftLit and YouTube. And to talk about how incredibly perfect Ms. Banner is, if she could be any more perfect, she would, but she can't because she is immense perfection. To the point of, she just posted a video of a brief history of women's pockets. They weren't always so disgraceful. It's delightful. I only just started it, and I realized that, one, I must share this information. She only just posted it yesterday, I believe. And, two, I still have to finish the episode of Northanger Abbey. So I'm going to go tackle up pockets and then enjoy Northanger and then go listen to last episode again because Thing 2's music is amazing. Hey, Thing 2. Thing 2. Thing 2, this is your multi-state away conscience telling you to make a Spotify playlist. I really need a Spotify playlist. I don't have the Apple Music on my phone because it's just stupid, and I refuse to use it. Can you make a Spotify playlist? Please, 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 please. Maybe Auntie Tara would like one. Thank you. I hope you're having a great day, Heather. I'm going to go laugh about pockets and then listen to Northanger Abbey and hope the power comes back on soon. Hello, Heather. It is Tara Worcester, and since you insist, I will not finish the episode before I call you with some insights and information. So, calling cards. Let's delve into calling cards. If you want a brief rundown of how important calling cards are, one of the Laura Ingalls Wilder Little House books has the whole spiel of Laura actually buying her own name cards or calling cards. There's this whole, what font do I get? Do I get it embossed? Do I have it raised? All these other things. Oh, I like colors. And then Mary, who's blind, spoilers, is like, oh, these feel nice. I like how this feels. And like, it's a whole ordeal about buying pieces of paper to put your name on to leave when you go visiting in a prairie town where there's like 6 people that you can go visiting. But it's a really big deal because that calling card, and I think you've expressed this exact thing in a previous episode, that is your introduction to the person. You give either the butler or the valet. It's either the butler or the valet. It's never a footman who answers the door, because that is highly insulting to have the lowest rung guy answer your front door. That's bad. It's either the butler or the valet, and that's it. You give him the card. He takes the card to the lady of the house or the man of the house, whoever you're calling on, and then she will look at that card, and depending on the quality of the paper, the font, if there's a picture, the printing of it, if it's smudged, if it's wrinkled, if it's got, schmutz on it, all these things, your first introduction is that card. If she doesn't like the look of your card, she will, no, I'm not here. And honestly, sometimes when the butler comes back and goes, oh, I'm sorry, the lady is out, 9 times out of 10, she's actually out of the house because it's not his job to keep tabs on exactly where she is. Whose job is that? That is the lady's maid's job. It's not his job, it is the lady's maid. So he will go find the lady's maid or the head of house, which is usually the one female in charge of all the other maids in the house, and will ask, is the lady about? Oh, no, she's not. Or the butler or valet will go ask the husband, is the lady of the house here? And 9 times out of 10, no, she's off doing her own thing. It is very rarely where she's actually in the house. She's off visiting or shopping or on a walk attending something. She doesn't always is at home, but sometimes she is, and if that card is unfavorable, she will dismiss you, and to the point of take card and toss into fire. Goodbye. And that is the biggest insult anyone can ever do you, is to take your calling card and either rip it and pitch it in the dirt or pitch it in the fire. So that's one of those things. And sometimes if the butler or valet knows that you are troublesome, he won't even present the card to anyone. He will literally slip it up his coat sleeve, give a 5-minute walk to that room, walk leisurely back to the front door. I'm sorry, they are not home. We have your card. Thank you. And that's one of the very intricate and slightly mischievous ondoings and ongoings in a larger house. It's very interesting to know. So again, one of the later Laura Ingalls Wilder books. It's before she decides to marry Armando, and when Mary comes back from college. So it's a very niche point right there. I can't remember which book it is, but it's one of the later ones where they're in the prairie town. But yes, so calling cards and big house etiquette. Always a butler, never a footman. I hope you're having a great day, Heather. And I cannot wait to listen to this episode. And I swear to God, if that one brother keeps up his shenanigans, I could pummel him with a shoe. A really, really big one. A shoe. I'll talk to you later, Heather. Bye.
So first off, I am sorry to say that you're probably going to want to get the shoes out at some point today, Tara. Second off, Thing 2 does not have a Spotify playlist. He has a song on Spotify. I am haranguing him right now for other options. At some point, Boy will get his act together and get that for you. But shoes. Yes, the pummel with the shoe. I have a feeling we're all going to get there. If we're not there already. He's just such a twit. Ah. All right, so things to know for today's chapters. I was shocked when I finally went through all my notes and realized for 2 chapters that I didn't think were that heavy with information, there's actually a bunch of stuff going on. First and most importantly, I think I can say with some amount of confidence that this is true for both chapters. Anything Isabella does or says is all either lies or bad taste, done in bad taste, said in bad taste, or both. I think that's accurate. I don't think that's hyperbolic. Just a reminder, she and her family, when they are not in Bath, they live in Putney, which is west of London along the Thames. Richmond is going to get mentioned. Richmond is closer to London, very fashionable, very money. So it would be a big move up to go at this time from Putney to Richmond, just to localize that in your head. Unlike the Enchanted Chocolate Pot books made it out to seem, foreign travel at this time, leaving Britain and traveling on the continent, really wasn't done a whole lot right now. I mean, we know that within 30 years, the Brontes are going to Brussels and all of that. Right now, not so much. There were wars going on. Several, many, lots all over the place. Wars kind of made it not such a great place to go visit right then. So the thought that somebody might have gone traveling, especially a young somebody, would have been really quite a surprise. Along with Isabella's lies and bad taste, I think we've figured out that her use of slang at the time, is vast. Amazingly, when things are just so amazingly wonderful, that's in there. Stupid is something she doesn't say, but it is a term that is used rather differently than it is now. Generally, it would just kind of mean slow. When I get up from a nap and I'm groggy, that would be feeling stupid. Does that make sense? It's not, wow, you're so stupid. Why'd you do that? It's not that kind of stupid. But you're going to hear more of Isabella's slangy terms coming out of Catherine's mouth today. And it's going to be commented on. Another term that doesn't exactly mean the same thing back then as it does now is the word nice. Nice is in, oh, you're so nice. Thanks for doing that. Is not really the way it was being used. Nice was more like fastidious or something that was refined or something that was particularly nice. So someone who used nice language was actually somebody who was using precise language, perhaps to say something that we would consider nice, but it had more to do with precision and kind of the beauty that comes from that kind of precision as well. When people bought books, I did not know this at all. And I'm surprised that this really never dawned on me before, but now, of course, it makes sense. We've, of course, heard of Shakespeare's folios and quartos. And if you listen to Aaron Ziegler and Chopbard podcast, you've heard his much better explanation than what I'm about to give. But books were printed, everything was printed on very large sheets of paper. And then things were done to those very large sheets of paper. They could be folded twice, and that would give you a folio. And you would have to have a knife to cut those folds in order to open the entire thing. We've seen that in some previous books where a guy was at the table in the morning and he brought out a book that had come in the mail or a magazine that had come in the mail, and he'd taken out a knife and was cutting the pages. So you could have a folio that's folded twice. A document that's folded 4 times would be a quarto. You see where this is going. Folded 8 times would be an octavo, right? A duodecimo would be something that was folded 12 times. Now, the other part of this is that every time you fold the papers, the book gets smaller in dimension. It gets bigger in thickness, but smaller in dimension. So you can wind up with a book that is, 8 by 12. I'm making these numbers up. And then you could go down, if you kept folding and folding and folding, you wind up with one that's like 3 by 5 and 2 inches thick. That is where you get the folio, quarto, octavo, and duodecimo. Here's the other thing I didn't know. Just like there wasn't really any off-the-rack, ready-to-wear clothing, or at least not much of it, there was also the idea that you would buy a book unbound. Now the lending libraries make a whole lot more sense because it was the only way you could get your hands on a book right then. Because otherwise you would go to a bookseller's, you would buy the book unbound, you would pay to have it bound. So it's already been printed out to be a folio, a quarto, an octavo, or a duodecimo, but it would be loose sheets of paper. And then you'd pay them to take it into the back, cut it, trim it, stitch it together, stitch the signatures together, and then boom, you have a book. Jane Austen evidently in one of her letters was talking to her sister Cassandra and said that the binding compressed the book marvelously, so she had more room in her bag, in her luggage, because now the book was considerably smaller. So that's referred to, that's what they're talking about with the unbound books. I know that we've talked before about several of the people who are going to get mentioned in chapter 14. Samuel Johnson, he was a great expert on the English language. He was a writer of an early dictionary, very well respected. There was Hugh Blair, who was a Scottish rhetorician. I said it right. He was a huge proponent of precise speech, and you will see that Henry Tilney really likes Hugh Blair. David Hume, you've probably heard of him before. He's a big philosopher of the time. And then there was William Robertson, who was a writer of history. He was a bestseller kind of writer of history as well. He wrote a history of Scotland, of India, of the Americas, of the Emperor Charles V. He was well known for writing histories. People read them all. And now that we're getting close to history, here is a little bit. Caractacus was a tribal leader in Britain before Britain was unified, and he was a biggie who fought against the Roman invasion. There was Agricola, who was the Roman general who was one of the ones doing the invading. And then there's Alfred the Great, who came along quite a bit later, who in the 9th century was the guy who unified England, I think. I think he might be the only king of England who is regularly referred to as the Great. You have other greats, Alexander the Great, all that. But in English history, the history of Britain, early Britain, I think he's the only one who's a great, which is kind of cool. Once we got rolling on this whole history topic, Henry Tilney gets going, and he starts in a very funny way. He uses history to change the subject because he knows it's boring for Catherine. So he's going to go through a whole list of, and I think he does it twice actually, of historic political movements within the country. There was the enclosure movement where land was being taken over for agriculture, but it meant the decrease of the woodlands and wastelands, and that changed the landscape in Britain quite a bit. There were wars and commotions and fights and all of this stuff that he mentions. This is also kind of a tongue-in-cheek moment for Jane Austen. And I've mentioned this before, I think in the first episode where we were doing this. Jane Austen, when she was 15 years old, wrote a 34-page manuscript with 13 watercolor miniatures painted by her sister Cassandra. And it was called The History of England, written by a partial, prejudiced, and ignorant historian. You can get this. You can also get this on audio. It is funny. It's inconsistently funny, but when it's funny, it's funny. She is absolutely the wit that you know she is, and it's kind of marvelous. So the discussions between Catherine and Henry and Henry's sister about history are just fun, especially if you know that about Jane Austen. And just a reminder on that same front, women did read tons of novels at the time, but men read lots of novels as well. And we know this because of those lending libraries, the circulating libraries. People signed up for them and signed out books, and we have those records. Henry's about 8 years older than Catherine, so he's finished school. He is out of school. He is a working grown-up person. A brickbat. I have heard this word used for so long, and I never thought to look it up. It's just a chunk of brick, not surprisingly, it being called a brick bat, but it's not a bat. It's like if you were throwing chunks of brick at the police or an invading army and all you had to fight with was rubble. You take a chunk of brick and you throw it. And that is a brickbat. The town of Clifton. The town of Clifton was where you went in the summertime and not Bath. So when Bath's season is up, Clifton's is down. When Clifton's season is up, Bath's is down back then. It is also a spa town, just a smaller one. Spars. Spars are little crystalline clusters that you could buy as a souvenir. You can still buy the same thing, but it's little spars of crystal. So when they talk about spars, that's all they're talking about. A sarcenet is a very fine silk dress. Sarsen comes from Saracen, which comes from Syria. It's another one of those terms that kind of over time lost its original meaning. It was tied to the Crusades and people who were actually maybe nomadic because it was between Syria and what's now Saudi Arabia, I think. But a sarcenet is basically describing the style of silk that's being used for making that particular dress. So it would be lovely, lightweight, probably colorful, and and silk. So that wouldn't stink. Don't forget that buying, owning, keeping, upkeep of a carriage, any carriage, was an enormous investment. And really, truly, most people did not have carriages at this time. It was propitious that Tara spoke of calling cards and visiting cards because you are going to hear them referred to yet a third way. So we have calling cards, visiting cards, and now tickets. All three mean the same thing. It is your name on a card. The card is the card that you would leave at the home of somebody that you went to visit. Hoop rings. These would be simple rings, often, I don't want to say encrusted with, but inlaid with small gemstones. So you could stack several of these kinds of hoop rings onto your finger all at the same time. We see very similar styles now with multiple rings on fingers. Same thing was done back then. So it was exactly what you think it is. And then Devizes is a town between Bath and London. It's about 15 miles from Bath. Bath is about 105 miles from London, so it's not even sort of halfway there. But it does get mentioned in the chapters today. I think that's everything you need to know to get the jokes in today's chapters. So let's listen. Chapters 14 and 15 of Northanger Abbey by Jane Austen, read to us by Mia Daguerre. Here we go.
Chapter 14. The next morning was fair, and Catherine almost expected another attack from the assembled party. With Mr. Allen to support her, she felt no dread of the event, but she would gladly be spared a contest where victory itself was painful, and was heartily rejoiced, therefore, at neither seeing nor hearing anything of them. The Tilneys called for her at the appointed time, and no new difficulty arising, no sudden recollection, no unexpected summons, no impertinent intrusion to disconcert their measures, my heroine was most unnaturally able to fulfil her engagement, though it was made with the hero himself. They determined on walking round beach and cliff, that noble hill whose beautiful verdure and hanging coppice render it so striking an object from almost every opening in Bath. "I never look at it," said Catherine as they walked along the side of the river, "without thinking of the south of France." "You've been abroad, then?" said Henry, a little surprised. "Oh, no, I only mean what I have read about. It always puts me in mind of the country that Emily and her father travel through in the Mysteries of Udolpho. But you never read novels, I dare say." "Why not?" "Because they're not clever enough for you. Gentlemen read better books." "The person, be it gentleman or lady, who has not pleasure in a good novel must be intolerably stupid. I have read all Mrs. Radcliffe's works, and most of them with great pleasure. The Mysteries of Udolpho, when I had once begun it, I could not lay it down again. I remember finishing it in 2 days, my hair standing on end the whole time." "Yes," added Miss Tilney, "and I remember that you undertook to read it aloud to me. and when I was called away for only 5 minutes to answer a note, instead of waiting for me, you took the volume into the Hermitage Walk, and I was obliged to stay till you had finished it. Thank you, Eleanor, a most honourable testimony. You see, Miss Morland, the injustice of your suspicions. Here was I, in my eagerness to get on, refusing to wait only 5 minutes for my sister, breaking the promise I had made of reading it aloud, and keeping her in suspense at a most interesting part by running away with the volume, which, you are to observe, was her own, particularly her own. I'm proud when I reflect on it, and I think it must establish me in your good opinion. I am very glad to hear it, indeed, and now I shall never be ashamed of liking Udolpho myself. But I really thought before young men despised novels amazingly. It is amazingly. It may well suggest amazement if they do, for they read nearly as many as women. I myself have read hundreds and hundreds. Do not imagine that you can cope with me in a knowledge of Julia's and Louisa's. If we proceed to particulars and engage in the never-ceasing inquiry of have you read this and have you read that, I shall soon leave you far behind me as, what shall I say? I want an appropriate simile. As far as your friend Emily herself left poor Valancourt when she went with her aunt into Italy. Consider how many years I have had the start of you. I had entered on my studies at Oxford when you were a good little girl working your sampler at home. Not very good, I'm afraid. But now, really, do you not think Udolpho the nicest book in the world? The nicest? By which I suppose you mean the neatest. That must depend on the binding. Henry, said Miss Tilney, you are very impertinent. Miss Morland, he is treating you exactly as he does his sister. He's forever finding fault with me for some incorrectness of language, and now he's taken the same liberty with you. The word nicest, as you used it, did not suit him, and you'd better change it as soon as you can, or we shall be overpowered with Johnson and Blair all the rest of the way. I'm sure, cried Catherine, I did not mean to say anything wrong, but it is a nice book, and why should I not call it so? Very true, said Henry, and this is a very nice day, and we're taking a very nice walk, and you are two very nice young ladies. Oh, it is a very nice word indeed. It does for everything. Originally, perhaps, it was applied only to express neatness, propriety, delicacy, or refinement. People were nice in their dress, in their sentiments, or their choice. But now every commendation on every subject is comprised in that one word. Well, in fact, cried his sister, it ought only to be applied to you without any commendation at all. You are more nice than wise. Come, Miss Morland, let us leave him to meditate over our faults in the utmost propriety of diction, while we praise Udolpho in whatever terms we like best. It is a most interesting work. You are fond of that kind of reading? To say the truth, I do not much like any other. Indeed. That is, I can read poetry and plays and things of that sort, and I do not dislike travels. But history, real solemn history, I cannot be interested in. Can you? Yes, I'm very fond of history. I wish I were too. I read it a little as a duty, but it tells me nothing that does not either vex or weary me. The quarrels of popes and kings, with wars or pestilences in every page, the men all so good for nothing and hardly any women at all, is very tiresome. Yet I often think it odd that it should be so dull, for a great deal of it must be invention. The speeches that are put into the heroes' mouths, their thoughts and designs, the chief of all this must be invention, and invention is what delights me in other books. Historians, you think, said Miss Tilney, are not happy in their flights of fancy. They display imagination without raising interest. I'm fond of history, and I'm very well content to take the false with the true. In the principal facts they have sources of intelligence in former histories and records, which may be as much depended on, I conclude, as anything that does not actually pass under one's own observation. And as for the little embellishments you speak of, they are embellishments, and I like them as such. If a speech may be well drawn up, I read it with pleasure, by whomsoever it be made, and probably with much greater if the production of Mr. Hume or Mr. Robertson, than if the genuine words of Caractacus, Agricola, or Alfred the Great. You are fond of history, and so are Mr. Allen and my father, and I have 2 brothers who do not dislike it. So many instances within my small circle of friends is remarkable. At this rate I shall not pity the writers of history any longer. If people like to read their books, it's all very well. But to be at so much trouble in filling great volumes which, as I used to think, nobody would willingly ever look into.
To be labouring only for the torment of little boys and girls always struck me as a hard fate, and though I know it is very right and necessary, I've often wondered at the person's courage that could sit down on purpose to do it. That little boys and girls should be tormented, said Henry, is what no one at all acquainted with human nature in a civilized state can deny. But in behalf of our most distinguished historians, I must observe that they might well be offended at being supposed to have no great higher aim, and that by their method and style they're perfectly well qualified to torment readers of the most advanced reason and mature time of life. I use the verb to torment, as I observe to be your own method, instead of to instruct, supposing them now to be admitted as synonyms. You think me foolish to call instruction a torment, but if you had been as much used as myself to hear poor little children first learning their letters, then learning to spell, if you'd ever seen how stupid they can be for a whole morning together, and how tired my poor mother is at the end of it, as I am in the habit of seeing almost every day of my life at home, you would allow that to torment and to instruct might sometimes be used as synonymous words. Very probably. But historians are not accountable for the difficulty of learning to read, and even you yourself, who do not altogether seem particularly friendly to very severe, very intense application, may perhaps be brought to acknowledge that it's very worthwhile to be tormented for 2 or 3 years of one's life for the sake of being able to read all the rest of it. Consider, if reading had not been taught, Mrs. Radcliffe would have written in vain, or perhaps might not have written at all. Catherine assented, and a very warm panegyric from her on that lady's merits closed the subject. The Tilneys were soon engaged in another on which she had nothing to say. They were viewing the country with the eyes of persons accustomed to drawing, and decided on its capability of being formed into pictures with all the eagerness of real taste. Here Catherine was quite lost. She knew nothing of drawing, nothing of taste, and she listened to them with an attention which brought her little profit, for they talked in phrases which conveyed scarcely any idea to her. The little which she could understand, however, appeared to contradict the very few notions she had entertained on the matter before, and seemed as if a good view were no longer to be taken from the top of a high hill, and that a clear blue sky was no longer proof of a fine day. She was heartily ashamed of her ignorance, a misplaced shame. Where people wish to attach, they should always be ignorant. To come with a well-informed mind is to come with an inability of administering to the vanity of others, which a sensible person would always wish to avoid. A woman, especially if she have the misfortune of knowing anything, should conceal it as well as she can. The advantages of a natural folly in a beautiful girl have already been set forth by the capital pen of a sister author, and to her treatment of the subject I will only add, in justice to men, that though to the larger and more trifling part of the sex, imbecility in females is the greatest enhancement of their personal charms, there is a portion of them too reasonable and too well informed themselves to desire anything more in a woman than ignorance. But Catherine did not know her own advantages, did not know that a good-looking girl with an affectionate heart and a very ignorant mind cannot fail of attracting a clever young man, unless circumstances are particularly untoward. In the present instance she confessed and lamented her want of knowledge, declared that she would give anything in the world to be able to draw, and a lecture on the picturesque immediately followed, in which his instructions were so clear that she soon began to see the beauty in everything admired by him, and her attention was so earnest that he became perfectly satisfied of her, having a great deal of natural taste. He talked of foregrounds, distances, second distances, side screens and perspectives, lights and shades, and Catherine was so hopeful a scholar that when they gained the top of beech and cliff, she voluntarily rejected the whole city of Bath as unworthy to make part of a landscape. Delighted with her progress, and fearful of wearying her with too much wisdom at once, Henry suffered the subject to decline, and by an easy transition from a piece of rocky fragment and a withered oak which he had placed near its summit, to oaks in general, to forests, the enclosures of them, wastelands, crown lands and government, he shortly found himself arrived at politics, and from politics it was an easy step to silence. The general pause which succeeded his short disquisition on the state of the nation was to be put an end to by Catherine, who in rather a solemn tone of voice uttered these words: "I have heard something very shocking indeed will soon come out in London." Miss Tilney,
to whom this was chiefly addressed, was startled, and hastily replied, "Indeed, and of what nature?" "That I do not know, nor who is the author. I have only heard that it is to be more horrible than anything we've met with yet." "Good heaven! Where could you hear of such a thing?" "A particular friend of mine had an account of it in a letter from London yesterday. It is to be uncommonly dreadful. I shall expect murder and everything of the kind." "You speak with astonishing composure, but I hope your friend's accounts have been exaggerated, and if such a design is known beforehand, proper measures will undoubtedly be taken by government to prevent its coming to effect." "Government," said Henry, endeavouring not to smile, "neither desires nor dares to interfere in such matters. There must be murder, and government cares not how much." The ladies stared. He laughed and added, "Come, shall I make you understand each other, or leave you to puzzle out an explanation as you can?" "No, I will be noble. I will prove myself a man no less by the generosity of my soul than the clearness of my head. I have no patience with such of my sex as disdain to let themselves sometimes down to the comprehension of yours. Perhaps the ability of women are neither sound nor acute, neither vigorous nor keen. Perhaps they want observation, discernment, judgment, fire, genius, wit." "Miss Morland, do not mind what he says, but have the goodness to satisfy me as to this dreadful riot." "Riot? What riot?" "My dear Eleanor, the riot is only in your own brain. The confusion there is scandalous. Miss Morland has been talking of nothing more dreadful than a new publication which is shortly to come out, in 3 duodecimal volumes, 276 pages in each, with a frontispiece to the first of 2 tombstones and a lantern. Do you understand? And you, Miss Morland, my stupid sister has mistaken all your clearest expressions. You talked of expected horrors in London, and instead of instantly conceiving, as any rational creature would have done, that such words could relate only to a circulating library, she immediately pictured herself a mob of 3,000 men assembling in St. George's Fields, the Bank attacked, the Tower threatened, the streets of London flowing with blood, a detachment of the 12th Light Dragoons, the hopes of the nation called up from Northampton to quell the insurgents, and the gallant Captain Frederick Tilney, in the moment of charging at the head of his troop, knocked off his horse by a brickbat from an upper window. Forgive her stupidity. The fears of the sister have added to the weaknesses of women, but she is by no means a simpleton in general." Catherine looked grave. "And now, Henry," said Miss Tilney, "that you have made us understand each other, you may as well make Miss Morland understand yourself, unless you mean to have her think you intolerably rude to your sister, and a great brute in your opinion of women in general. Miss Morland is not used to your odd ways." "I shall be most happy to make her better acquainted with them." "No doubt, but that's no explanation of the present." "What am I to do?" "You know what you ought to do. Clear your character handsomely before her. Tell her that you think very highly of the understanding of women." "Miss Morland, I think very highly of the understanding of all the women in the world, especially of those, whoever they may be, with whom I happen to be in company." "That is not enough. Be more serious." "Miss Morland, no one can think more highly of the understanding of women than I do. In my opinion, nature has given them so much that they never find it necessary to use more than half." "We shall get nothing more serious from him now, Miss Morland. He is not in a sober mood, but I assure you that he must be entirely misunderstood if he can ever appear to say an unjust thing of any woman at all, or an unkind one of me." It was no effort of Catherine to believe that Henry Tilney could never be wrong. His manner might sometimes surprise, but his meaning must always be just, and what she did not understand she was almost as ready to admire as what she did. The whole walk was delightful, and though it ended too soon, its conclusion was delightful too. Her friends attended her into the house, and Miss Tilney, before they parted, addressing herself with respectful form as much to Mrs. Allen as to Catherine, petitioned for the pleasure of her company to dinner on the day after the next. No difficulty was made on Mrs. Allen's side, and the only difficulty on Catherine's was in concealing the excess of her pleasure. The morning had passed away so charmingly as to banish all her friendship and natural affection, for no thought of Isabella or James crossed her mind during their walk. When the Tilneys were gone, she became amiable again, but she was amiable for some time with little effect. Mrs. Allen had no intelligence to give that could relieve her anxiety. She had heard nothing of any of them. Towards the end of the morning, however, Catherine, having occasion for some indispensable yard of ribbon, which must be bought without a moment's delay, walked out into the town, and in Bond Street overtook the second Miss Thorpe, as she was loitering towards Edgar's Buildings between two of the sweetest girls in the world, who had been her dear friends all the morning. From her she soon learned that the party to Clifton had taken place. "They set off at 8 this morning," said Miss Anne, "and I'm sure I do not envy them their drive. I think you and I are very well off to be out of the scrape. It must be the dullest thing in the world, for there is not a soul at Clifton at this time of the year. Belle went with your brother, and John drove Maria." Catherine spoke the pleasure she really felt on hearing this part of the arrangement. "Oh, yes," rejoined the other, "Maria is gone. She was quite wild to go. She thought it would be something very fine. I cannot say I admire her taste, and for my part I was determined from the first not to go, if they pressed me ever so much." Catherine, a little doubtful of this, could not help answering, "I wish you could have gone too. It's a pity you could not all go." "Thank you, but it is quite a matter of indifference to me." "Indeed, Anne would not have gone on any account. I was saying so to Emily and Sophia when you overtook us." Catherine was still unconvinced, but glad that Anne should have the friendship of an Emily and a Sophia to console her. She bade her adieu without much uneasiness, and returned home, pleased that the party had not been prevented by her refusing to join it, and very heartily wishing that it might be too pleasant to allow either James or Isabella to resent her resistance any longer. Chapter 15. Early the next day, a note from Isabella, speaking peace and tenderness in every line, and entreating the immediate presence of her friend on a matter of the utmost importance, hastened Catherine, in the happiest state of confidence and curiosity, to Edgar's Buildings. The two youngest Miss Thorpes were by themselves in the parlour, and on Anne's quitting it to call her sister, Catherine took the opportunity of asking the other for some particulars of their yesterday's party. Maria desired no greater pleasure than to speak of it, and Catherine immediately learned that it had been altogether the most delightful scheme in the world, that nobody could imagine how charming it had been, and that it had been more delightful than anybody could conceive. Such was the information for the first 5 minutes. The second unfolded thus much in detail, that they had driven directly to the York Hotel, ate some soup, bespoke an early dinner, walked down to the pump-room, tasted the water, and laid out some shillings in purses and spars, thence adjourned to eat ice at her pastry-cook's, and hurrying back to the hotel, swallowed their dinner in haste, to prevent being in the dark, and then had a delightful drive back. Only the moon was not up, and it rained a little, and Mr. Morland's horse was so tired he could hardly get it along. Catherine listened with heartfelt satisfaction. It appeared that Blaise Castle had never been thought of, and as for all the rest, there was nothing to regret for half an instant. Maria's intelligence concluded with a tender effusion of pity for her sister Anne, whom she represented as insupportably cross from being excluded the party. "She will never forgive me, I'm sure. But you know, how could I help it? John would have me go, for he vowed he would not drive her because she had such thick ankles. I dare say she will not be in good humour again this month. But I'm determined that I will not be cross. It is not a little matter that puts me out of temper." Isabella now entered the room with so eager a step and a look of such happy importance as engaged all her friends' notice. Maria was without ceremony sent away, and Isabella, embracing Catherine, thus began. "Yes, my dear Catherine, it is so indeed. Your penetration has not deceived you. Oh, that arch eye of yours, it sees through everything." Catherine replied only by a look of wondering ignorance. "Nay, beloved, sweetest friend," continued the other, "compose yourself. I am amazingly agitated, as you perceive. Let us sit down and talk in comfort. Well, and so you guessed it the moment you had my note. Sly creature! Oh, my dear Catherine, you alone who know my heart can judge of my present happiness. Your brother is the most charming of men. I only wish I were more worthy of him. But what will your excellent father and mother say? Oh, heavens, when I think of them, I'm so agitated." Catherine's understanding began to awake. An idea of the truth suddenly darted into her mind, and with the natural blush of so new an emotion, she cried out, "Good heaven! My dear Isabella, what do you mean? Can you really be in love with James?" This bold surmise, however, she soon learnt comprehended but half the fact.
The anxious affection which she was accused of having continually watched in Isabella's every look and action had, in the course of their yesterday's party, received the delightful confession of an equal love. Her heart and faith were alike engaged to James. Never had Catherine listened to anything so full of interest, wonder, and joy. Her brother and friend engaged! New to such circumstances, the importance of it appeared unspeakably great, and she contemplated it as one of those grand events of which the ordinary course in life can hardly afford a return. The strength of her feelings she could not express. The nature of them, however, contented her friend. The happiness of having such a sister was their first effusion, and the fair ladies mingled in embraces and tears of joy. Delighting, however, as Catherine sincerely did in the prospect of the connection, it must be acknowledged that Isabella far surpassed her in tender anticipations. "You will be so infinitely dearer to me, my Catherine, than either Anne or Maria. I feel that I should be so much more attached to my dear Morland's family than to my own." This was a pitch of friendship beyond Catherine. "You are so like your dear brother," continued Isabella, "that I quite doted on you the first moment I saw you. But so it is always with me. The first moment settles everything. The very first day that Morland came to us last Christmas, the very first moment I beheld him, my heart was irrevocably gone. I remember I wore my yellow gown with my hair done up in braids, and when I came into the drawing-room and John introduced him, I thought I never saw anyone so handsome before." Here Catherine secretly acknowledged the power of love, for though exceedingly fond of her brother and partial to all his endowments, she had never in her life thought him handsome. "I remember, too, Miss Andrews drank tea with us that evening and wore her puce-coloured sarcenet, and she looked so heavenly that I thought your brother must certainly fall in love with her. I could not sleep a wink all night for thinking of it. Oh, Catherine, the many sleepless nights I've had on your brother's account! I would not have you suffer half of what I have done. I am grown wretchedly thin, I know, but I will not pain you by describing my anxiety. You have seen enough of it. I feel that I have betrayed myself perpetually, so unguarded in speaking of my partiality for the church. But my secret I was always sure would be safe with you." Catherine felt that nothing could have been safer, for ashamed of an ignorance little expected, she dared no longer contest the point, nor refuse to have been as full of arch penetration and affectionate sympathy as Isabella chose to consider her. Her brother, she found, was preparing to set off with all speed to Fullerton to make known his situation and ask consent, and here was a source of some real agitation to the mind of Isabella. Catherine endeavoured to persuade her, as she was herself persuaded, that her father and mother would never oppose their son's wishes. "It is impossible," she said, "for parents to be more kind or more desirous of their children's happiness. I have no doubt of their consenting immediately." "Morland says exactly the same," replied Isabella, "and yet I dare not expect it. My fortune will be so small they can never consent to it. Your brother, who might marry anybody." Here Catherine again discerned the force of love. "Indeed, Isabella, you are too humble. The difference of fortune can be nothing to signify." "Oh, my sweet Catherine, in your generous heart I know it would signify nothing, but we must not expect such disinterestedness in many. As for myself, I'm sure I only wish our situations were reversed. Had I the command of millions, were I the mistress of the whole world, your brother would be my only choice." This charming sentiment, recommended as much by sense as novelty, gave Catherine a most pleasing remembrance of all the heroines of her acquaintance, and she thought her friend never looked more lovely than in uttering the grand idea. "I'm sure they will consent," was her frequent declaration. "I'm sure they will be delighted with you." "For my own part," said Isabella, "my wishes are so moderate that the smallest income in nature would be enough for me. Where people are really attached, poverty itself is wealth. Grandeur I detest. I would not settle in London for the universe. A cottage in some retired village would be ecstasy. There are some charming little villas about Richmond." "Richmond?" cried Catherine. "You must settle near Fullerton. You must be near us." "I'm sure I shall be miserable if we do not. If I can but be near you, I shall be satisfied. But this is idle talking. I will not allow myself to think of such things till we have your father's answer. Morland says that by sending it tonight to Salisbury, we might have it tomorrow." "Tomorrow! I know I shall never have the courage to open the letter. I know it will be the death of me. A reverie succeeded this conviction, and when Isabella spoke again, it was to resolve on the quality of her wedding gown. Their conference was put an end to by the anxious young lover himself, who came to breathe his parting sigh before he set off for Wiltshire. Catherine wished to congratulate him, but knew not what to say, and her eloquence was only in her eyes. For them, however, the 8 parts of speech shone out most expressively, and James could combine them with ease. Impatient for the realization of all that he hoped at home, his adieus were not long, and they would have been yet shorter had he not been frequently detained by the urgent entreaties of his fair one that he would go. Twice he was called, almost from the door, by her eagerness to have him gone. "Indeed, Morland, I must drive you away. Consider how far you have to ride. I cannot bear to see you linger so. For heaven's sake, waste no more time. There, go, I insist on it." The 2 friends, with hearts now more united than ever, were inseparable for the day, and in schemes of sisterly happiness the hours flew along. Mrs. Thorpe and her son, who were acquainted with everything, and who seemed only to want Mr. Morland's consent to consider Isabel's engagement as the most fortunate circumstance imaginable for their family, were allowed to join their counsels, and add their quota of significant looks and mysterious expressions to fill up the measures of curiosity to be raised in the unprivileged younger sisters. To Catherine's simplest feelings this odd sort of reserve seemed neither kindly meant nor consistently supported, and its unkindness she would hardly have forborne pointing out, had its inconsistency been less their friend. But Anne and Maria soon set her heart at ease by the sagacity of their I-know-what, and the evening was spent in a sort of war of wit, a display of family ingenuity. On one side in the mystery of an affected secret, on the other of undefined discovery, all equally acute. Catherine was with her friend again the next day, endeavouring to support her spirits, and while away the many tedious hours before the delivery of the letters. A needful excursion, for as the time of reasonable expectation drew near, Isabella became more and more desponding, and before the letter arrived had worked herself into a state of real distress. But when it did come, where could distress be found? I have had no difficulty in gaining the consent of my kind parents, and am promised it that everything in their power shall be done to forward my happiness, were the first 3 lines, and in one moment all was joyful security. The brightest glow was instantly spread over Isabella's features, all care and anxiety seemed removed, her spirits became almost too high for control, and she called herself without scruple the happiest of mortals. Mrs. Thorpe, with tears of joy, embraced her daughter, her son, her visitor, and could have embraced half the inhabitants of Bath with satisfaction. Her heart was overflowing with tenderness. It was dear John and dear Catherine at every word. Dear Anne, dear Maria, must immediately be made sharers in their felicity, and 2 dears at once before the name of Isabella were not more than that beloved child had now well earned. John himself was no sulkier in joy. He only bestowed on Mr. Morland the high commendation of being one of the finest fellows in the world, but swore off many sentences in his praise. The letter, whence sprang all this felicity, was short, containing little more than this assurance of success, and every particular was deferred till James could write again. But for particulars Isabella could well afford to wait. The needful was comprised in Mr. Morland's promise. His honour was pledged to make everything easy, and by what means their income was to be formed, whether landed property was to be resigned, or funded money made over, was a matter in which her disinterested spirit took no concern. She knew enough to feel secure and of an honourable and speedy establishment, and her imagination took a rapid flight over its intended felicities. She saw herself, at the end of a few weeks, the gaze and admiration of every new acquaintance at Fullerton, the envy of every valued old friend in Pulteney, with a carriage at her command, a new name on her tickets, and a brilliant exhibition of hoop rings on her finger. When the contents of the letter were ascertained, John Thorpe, who had only waited its arrival to begin his journey to London, prepared to set off. "Well, Miss Morland," said he, on finding her alone in the parlour, "I am come to bid you good-bye." Catherine wished him a good journey. Without appearing to hear her, he walked to the window, fidgeted about, hummed a tune, and seemed wholly self-occupied. "Shall you not be late at Devizes?" said Catherine. He made no answer, but after a minute's silence burst out with, "A famous good thing, this marrying scheme, upon my soul. A clever fancy of Morland's and Belle's. What do you think of it, Miss Morland? I say it's no bad notion." "I'm sure I think it's a very good one." "Do you? That is honest, by heavens. I'm glad you're no enemy to matrimony, however. Did you ever hear the old song, 'Going to one wedding brings on another'? I say, you'll come to Belle's wedding, I hope." "Yes, I've promised your sister to be with her, if possible." "And then, you know," twisting himself about and forcing a foolish laugh, "I say, then, you know, we might try the truth of this same old song." "May we? But I never sing. Well, I wish you a good journey. I dine with Miss Tilney tonight and must now be going home." "Nay, but there's no such confounded hurry. Who knows when we may be together again? Not that I shall be down again by the end of the fortnight, and a devilish long fortnight it will appear to me." "Then why do you stay away so long?" replied Catherine, finding that he waited for an answer. "That is kind of you, however, kind and good-natured. I shall not forget it in a hurry. But you have more good nature and all that than anybody living, I believe. A monstrous deal of good nature. And it's not only good nature, but you have so much of everything, and then you have such... Upon my soul, I do not know anybody like you." "Oh dear, there are a great many people like me, I dare say, only a great deal better. Good morning to you." "But I say, Miss Morland, I shall come and pay my respects at Fullerton before it is long, if not disagreeable." "Pray do. My father and mother will be glad to see you." "And I hope, Miss Morland, you will not be sorry to see me." "Oh dear, not at all. There are very few people I'm sorry to see. Company is always cheerful." "That is just my way of thinking. Give me but a little cheerful company. Let me only have the company of the people I love. Let me only be where I like and with whom I like, and the devil take the rest, say I. And I am heartily glad to hear you say the same. But I have a notion, Miss Morland, you and I think pretty much alike on most matters." "Perhaps we may, but it's more than I ever thought of. And as to most matters, to say the truth, there are not many that I know my own mind about." "By Jove, no more do I. It is not my way to bother my brains with what does not concern me. My notion of things is simple enough. Let me only have the girl I like, say I, with a comfortable house over my head, and what care I for all the rest? Fortune is nothing. I'm sure of a good income of my own, and if she had not a penny, why, so much the better." "Very true. I think like you there. If there's a good fortune on one side, then there can be no occasion for any on the other, no matter which has it, so that there is enough. I hate the idea of one great fortune looking out for another, and to marry for money I think the wickedest thing in existence. Good day. We shall be very glad to see you at Fullerton whenever is convenient." And away she went. It was not in the power of all his gallantry to detain her longer. With such news to communicate and such a visit to prepare for, her departure was not to be delayed by anything in his nature to urge, and she hurried away, leaving him to the undivided consciousness of his own happy addresses and her explicit encouragement. The agitation which he had herself experienced on first learning her brother's engagement made her expect to raise no considerable emotion in Mr. and Mrs. Allen by the communication of the wonderful event. How great was her disappointment! The important affair which many words of preparation ushered in had been foreseen by them both ever since her brother's arrival, and all that they felt on the occasion was comprehended in a wish for the young people's happiness, with a remark on the gentleman's side in favour of Isabella's beauty, and on the lady's of her great good luck. It was to Catherine the most surprising insensibility. The disclosure, however, of the great secret of James's going to Fullerton the day before did raise some emotion in Mrs. Allen. She could not listen to that with perfect calmness, but repeatedly regretted the necessity of its concealment. Wished she could have seen him before he went, as she should certainly have troubled him with her best regards to his father and mother, and her kind compliments to all the Skinners.
And that ends volume 1 of our book. So it was released as a 2-volume set. We have now reached the midpoint. We are halfway through and at the end of volume 1. So I've saved a couple of things to go over with you. One of them, I'm actually just going to read an annotation to you because it's quite complex, but we're going to get to that in a second. First is, did you notice that as Catherine was learning about drawing and seeing the world through an artist's eyes, she then took that information and totally blew it up. And suddenly, wow, this view of Bath really stinks. This is horrible. I now know so much more. I recognize not beauty as well as beauty. And of course, that's crazy. It's a beautiful view of the city. And so Henry, in his attempt to pull her back from that ledge of disparaging beauty, now starts to go into politics and history because he knows that that'll bore her. And eventually, politics leads to silence, which I just loved. That is also, it's hard to differentiate if that's Catherine being Catherine or if that's Catherine being Isabella. If it's just that she's picked up bad habits from Isabella, the way that Isabella gets pretty hyperbolic about things. Hard to know. But there's a lovely chunk of this chapter where Austen inserts herself as a kind of a narrative voice. And it's when they're having their conversation back and forth about women basically being intelligent or not. It is also clear that Henry is really just poking fun at his sister. He absolutely does not think she is an idiot. And she's pretty clear on that at the end as well. He's just having a go at them. However, the whole idea, and we've seen it before in other books, we've certainly talked about it before, of young girls feeling like, or even being told, that being too smart is not good, or at least showing that you're smart is not so good because then guys won't like you. Clearly, that is being bandied about at this time. So in the section in chapter 14, where Catherine starts by saying she was heartily ashamed of her ignorance, a misplaced shame. Where people wish to attach, they should always be ignorant. To come with a well-informed mind is to come with an inability of administering to the vanity of others, which a sensible person would always wish to avoid. A woman especially, if she have the misfortune of knowing anything, should conceal it as well as she can. And there are actual etiquette books of the time that said basically this. And there's a quote here from a very popular bestseller by John Gregory. It's called A Father's Legacy to His Daughters from 1774. So this is the excerpt. First line alone. Maybe you should sit down. Be even cautious of displaying your good sense. It will be thought you assume a superiority over the rest of the company. But if you happen to have any learning, keep it a profound secret, especially from the men who generally look with a jealous and malignant eye on a woman of great parts and a cultivated understanding. A man of real genius and candor is far superior to this meanness, but such a one will seldom fall in your way, and if by accident he should, do not be anxious to show the full extent of your knowledge. The great art of pleasing in conversation consists in making the company pleased with themselves. You will more readily hear than talk yourself into their good graces. Now, that was not a universal attitude, but it was certainly out there. There was a debate at the time about female education and whether it was useful or not, or troublemaking or not, but it was certainly a conversation that was being had. And in fact, in another book of the time, Frances Burney, in Camilla, there's a kind of beautiful but not too bright girl. And in one chapter, a narrow-minded woman hired to be her tutor warns her guardian against giving her a serious education. And here's the quote from that. "Consider, sir," she cried, "what an obstacle it will prove to her making her way in the great world when she comes to be of proper age for thinking of an established marriage. What gentleman will you ever find that will bear with a learned wife, except some mere downright forgum, which would be like an old fogey, that no young lady of fashion could endure?" Yes, yes. And that was written by a woman. Of course, it's very possible, we would like to think, that that was being written as not the right way of thinking, and it would be nice if we were able to continue thinking that, but in fact, it didn't work out so well for her. Jane Austen, on the other hand, of course, was quite encouraged to learn and grow and read and be educated. And it wasn't that she didn't have prospects. We know there was the movie version of the story, but we do know that she did fall in love with a young man at one point, and they both agreed that because they had no money together between the two of them, they had no resources. There would be no way that they could live except in poverty. They agreed and realized that this would have been a bad match on a very realistic and honestly a very adult understanding. Later, she was also proposed to by an older man for whom she felt no love, and she said no. So it's not that she was alone and, oh, poor Jane. She was just smart, is what it comes down to. And smart clearly was a little controversial at the time. All right, if you're having trouble with the CraftLit app, that is because there have been changes made to the back end that we're trying to catch up with. So it is being fixed. I don't know when it will be fixed. I continue to think that the easiest way, usually, to listen to the podcast is via the app. It'll get there, we think. So we're working on that. Oh, yeah. Next week's episode is coming out almost exactly on our 15th anniversary together. 15 years of almost weekly podcasts of classic fiction. And we haven't run out of books yet. It's so great. I love it. So thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Laura Ricketts, who sent a giant box of gluten-free flours and baking mixes and a donut pan. And I am going to get fat this weekend. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Laura, for that. That was so much fun to open. Aiden's the one who brought the box down and said, "Somebody likes you, I guess," and then walked off in a huff. So thank you for that too. All right, I am going to leave you. You have a great week. Take care of yourselves. Be well. Get a vaccine when you can. Wear a mask even after you get the vaccine. And I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye. If you like what we do here, please consider liking and subscribing on iTunes, thumbs upping and subscribing on YouTube. You can visit patreon.com/craftlit and become a patron of this art. And you can always go to Linktree, linktr.ee/craftlit channel. And from there, you can get links out to all of the social media, all of the places that CraftLit lives. It's a nice hub that you can go to get all the stuff, all the good stuff. And I keep forgetting to mention, we also have a Facebook group with the loveliest group of people, as you might imagine. They're just awesome, makers and readers, and people who hadn't been readers before, but are now. I like that. All right, you take care of yourself. Have a great one. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.